All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSE BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsnici. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note that all the accused are present in court today. Before we start the hearing on the evidence of prosecution witness W03873, there are some preliminary matters the panel would like to address. First, on November 18, 2024, counsel for Mr. Veseli requested that part of the transcript of W04679's testimony that was heard in private session and which concerned W03873 be classified as public. The panel agrees that the relevant parts can be reclassified as public and therefore orders that the parts of P22340 line 1 to page 22343 line 15 of the 18 November 2024 transcript that are in private session can be reclassified as public. This concludes the panel's oral order. Second, the Thaçi's defense objects to the admissibility of certain documents that the SPO wishes to use with W03873 on the basis that their prejudicial effect outweighs any relevance or probative value, since, one, the material comes from a book with information attributed to W04583, whom the SPO has dropped from its witness list and who is the subject of a pending motion by the Thaçi defense. And two, the SPO cannot seek to admit portions of a book attributed to W04583 for the truth of its contents, while simultaneously denying the accused the ability to cross-examine W04583. The SPO responds that there is no reason why it should be precluded from using and, as necessary, seeking to admit excerpts from SITF 00245-112 to 00245-15 through W03873 if the Rule 138 requirements are met. Since, one, the author of SITF 00245-112 and 00245-415 is not W04583 but Bidri Islami. Two, during the course of the trial, excerpts of items concerning particular individuals who will not be called to testify have routinely been put to witnesses and admitted pursuant to Rule 138, and one of the primary subjects addressed in SITF 00245-112 and 00245-415 is the LPK, and the SPO has notified the defense that it intends to question W03873 about the relationship between LPK and KLA. Having considered the submission of the parties, the panel rejects the Thaçi defense's objections. Specifically, the panel recalls that admissibility of proposed exhibits is regulated by Rule 138. In this respect, the panel notes that books and articles can be and have been admitted without their authors being called to testify, if they meet the prima facie requirements of Rule 138. The fact that the author of a book or article is not being called to testify is a factor to be taken into account when weighing the evidence in light of the entire body of evidence before the panel. Therefore, the panel finds that the SPO can use the documents with the witness, and admission will be addressed later if and when the documents are tendered for admission. This concludes the panel's second oral order. Mr. Court Officer, please bring us into private session.
Your Honors, we are in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W03873. Please, Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness. Can you hear the translation okay?
Yes, I can.
Note for the record that duty counsel is for W03873 is present in the courtroom. Good morning, counsel. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good morning to everyone. I am Aryanit Thaçi, a lawyer from Pristina.
Witness, the court usher will provide you with a text of a solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our Rule 141, paragraph 2. Please read the document and then speak it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Yes, you can be seated now. Mr. Thaçi, I will go through some preliminary materials first, and then we will get to the reason that you're here in the courtroom today. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 to 3 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Thereafter, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also have some questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 4 hours. The defense estimates that it will need close to 7.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow re-examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of this courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know immediately. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Witness, we are aware that counsel has been assigned to you so that you are able to seek legal advice if he has any legitimate concerns of self-incrimination. Witness, I remind you that as per the solemn declaration you have just read, you are obliged to tell the truth. Under our rules, you are hereby advised that you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer, in accordance with our Rule 1512, and determines if an assurance under Rule 1513 should be provided to you. Mr. Thaçi, have you and your attorney, or you and your client had an opportunity to discuss the issue of self-incrimination and his testimony that is about to begin?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you seeking an assurance as provided by Rule 151, Paragraph 3 of our rules?
Of course. Yeah.
And you've explained that to him?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've explained that if we grant such an assurance, that he will be then required to answer all questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Witness, I remind you that you have been called to testify and are obligated to testify and tell the truth. And if you do not tell the truth, you might be sanctioned. And as we've stated already, if you believe you may incriminate yourself by answering a question, you may refuse to answer that question. But your attorney has asked for what we call an assurance under Rule 151. If ordered by the court to answer questions after receiving such an assurance, you are bound to do so. If you fail to answer questions after you have been directed to do so by the panel, you might be subject to sanctions for it. Please note that you are not, you have been granted the assistance of counsel. The panel would like to inquire with you as to whether you have received fully the legal advice you asked for from your duty counsel, Mr. Thaçi.
Po.
Yes.
Your attorney has indicated that you are seeking an assurance under our Rule 151. The panel notes that in confidential ruling F02715, the SBO has informed the panel that if considered necessary by the panel, the SBO would have no objection to you being provided assurances in accordance with our Rule 151, paragraph 2 to 3 of the rules. The panel therefore does not consider seeking the ex parte views of the specialist prosecutor under Rule 151, paragraph 3 necessary, having consented to the issuance of the assurance. The panel, however, would like to receive submissions from the SBO as to whether and how the evidence that the witness would provide, if compelled to testify, would be unique evidence relevant to the case pursuant to our Rule 151, paragraph 2b. Mr. Potch?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly and just by way of example, the reasons for the question just asked include the particular position occupied by the witness, including from January 1999 as head of the G2 sector in the Patrick Operational Zone, and the report information on reporting lines that he is uniquely placed to give as the only person occupying that position, at least in that period of time.
Defense have any comments on this issue? Mr. Kochi, have I correctly stated the position that you've taken and advised your client?
Per momento no.
I don't have any for the time being, Your Honor. No.
Party submissions, including the SBO's views in F02715. The panel finds that in light of the importance of the witness's anticipated evidence, its unique relevance to the case, the limited nature of the possibility of self-incrimination and the sufficiency of available protective measures, should they become necessary, the elements listed in Rule 151, paragraph 2 have been met. The panel therefore compels the witness to testify. Pursuant to Rule 151, paragraph 3, the panel assures the witness that the evidence provided in response to the relevant questions, A, shall be given in camera unless sought otherwise by the witness, and shall not be disclosed in any manner to the public, Kosovo, or any third state, and B, will not be used either directly or indirectly against that person in any subsequent prosecution before the specialist chambers, except under Article 15, paragraph 2 of the law and Rule 65. In this regard, the panel warns the witness that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. We will now go into an ex parte session, not an ex parte, in-camera session, which would mean the blinds would be down and there would be no transmission of the testimony. Is that your client's wishes, Mr. Kochi?
Your Honors, with your permission, I would need 1 minute of consultation with my client. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Kochi.
Your Honor, I received clear instructions from my client who wishes to proceed in open session or public session, if that's possible.
Will be broadcast, and anyone who tunes in to our broadcast.
Yes, he's. Yes, I have explained all of this to my client before. I did it again today. Therefore, we would kindly request to proceed in open session. Yes, I do.
Mr. Potch, you may begin your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Met before, but I'll introduce myself again. I'm James Potch, a prosecutor with the SBO, and as the presiding judge mentioned, I'll be asking you questions for the next 4 hours or so. Before I elicit some of your personal details, I know that, as explained in your preparation session, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing such information into evidence. And in order to do so, there are a number of procedural steps to follow, which I'll turn to after establishing your identity. What is your name, witness?
My name is Halil Jadragu.
Did you have any nicknames in 1998 or 1999?
My pseudonym was Thaçi.
Your date of birth?
I was born on the 15th July 1964 in Sarajevo.
And what is your nationality or nationalities?
I have only one citizenship, and that is of Kosovo, so I'm Albanian from Kosovo.
I'd like to call up 070-955-TR-ET Part 1, Revised 1, Core Interp Red, side by side with the Albanian version, which has the same ERN other than the Core Interp. Thank you. Witness, on your screen, you should be seeing two documents, on the left in Albanian and on the right in English. Can you confirm that you can see those documents?
Yes,
The documents refer to your interview with the SPO in December of 2019. Do you recall meeting the SPO at that time?
yes, I do recall.
I note for the record that this interview has 6 parts. For now, we can take these documents down. Witness, do you recall in the last weeks being provided with an opportunity to review and provide clarifications, including in relation to your 2019 SPO interview?
Yes,
Do you recall that you made a number of clarifications to your SPO interview?
I do recall some of them.
Do you recall that the clarifications and corrections to your SPO interview were included in a note which was read back to you?
Yes,
Subject to the corrections set out in the note, is the information provided in your SPO interview accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
the content of what we read at the end of that procedure, I signed it and stand by it as mine.
And just to clarify, witness, in terms of the note that was read back to you, I am the one who would have signed that, just to avoid confusion. But I will go ahead. The other question is, subject to the corrections in that note, does your SPO interview accurately reflect what you would say if you were examined about the events recorded therein?
Premendimenti po.
In my opinion, yes.
I'd like to seek admission of the 6-part SPO interview and the associated exhibit, the relevant ERNs of which are set out in Annex 1 to Preparation Note 1. We also seek admission of Preparation Note 1, which is 123823-123831. And as explained in that preparation note and the prior email, I note that the Part 1 of the SPO interview, the version we are seeking to admit, is that shown today, ending in core interp.
Any objection to the tender?
No objection, Your Honours.
Nothing beyond those previously notified.
070955-TR-ET in 6 parts, REV, RED, plus Albanian translation is admitted.
Your Honors, the ERN read on the record, and specifically Part 1, which is 070955-TR-ET Part 1 Revised 1, Core Interpt RED, will be assigned exhibit number P01854.1 in both English and Albanian. Part 2 of both languages will be assigned exhibit number P01854.2. Part 3 will be assigned exhibit number ending with .3. Part 4 will be assigned exhibit number ending with .4. Part 5 will be assigned exhibit number ending with .5. And Part 6 will be assigned exhibit number ending with .6. This goes for both languages, and classification is confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Now, the prep note numbered 123823 to 123831 is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number P01855, classified as confidential.
And the associated exhibits are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. 070-949 to 070-954, in specific pages 070-949 to 070-950 in both English and Albanian, will be assigned exhibit number P01856, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Go ahead, Mr. Pach.
Yes, just to note that for now, at least, the associated exhibit can be reclassified to public, and then for the other items, they should be confidential for now, and we'll deal with redactions at a future point.
The associated exhibits will be reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Your Honor, on the 20th of November, we submitted a proposed summary of this witness's now admitted Rule 154 statement, and with your leave, I'll read that summary now.
Yes, go ahead.
The following is a summary of W03873's SPO interview. W03873 is a Kosovar Albanian who was a member of the LPK and joined the KLA around March 1998. During his time with the KLA, W03873 occupied various roles in multiple locations and served as head of the G2 in the Patrick Operational Zone from January 1999. W03873 provides evidence concerning the LPK, the creation of the KLA, and his roles and responsibility in the KLA, including obtaining weapons and participating in KLA operations and battle. W03873 also provides evidence concerning the KLA structure and organization, and the role and authority of KLA members, including members of the Pastric Operational Zone and the KLA General Staff. W03873 provides evidence about his interactions with Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli, including in 1998-1999, when W03873 accompanied Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, and other KLA members to Albania. In 1999, W03873 also met Kadri Veseli in Nishor, and in April 1999, Kadri Veseli asked W03873 to visit all guarding points around the KLA General Staff Headquarters during fighting in Klečka. W03873 provides evidence about his knowledge of reports and reporting lines within and between brigades, the operational zone, and the KLA General Staff, including in relation to intelligence and counterintelligence matters. W03873 also provides evidence about his keeping of records and his knowledge of KLA documents, including documents he authored. That concludes the summary. Witness, in your SPO interview, you mentioned your involvement with the LPK while you were in Switzerland, and that you entered Kosovo in March 1998 to take up your duties with the KLA. Could you tell the judges when you first considered yourself a KLA member?
I considered myself as a member of the KLA for the first time on the day when I entered Kosovo, which is March 1998. However, morally and spiritually, I considered myself to be one from the beginning of the appearance of the first groups, because I supported them morally and spiritually. In other words, I consider myself a soldier of the KLA from March 98.
You mentioned that morally and spiritually you considered yourself to be a member from the beginning of the appearance of the first groups. When is that beginning and the first appearance you're mentioning?
The first resistance groups started in the 90s, early 90s, 91, 92, 93, considering the fighting in Prekaz, Zahir Bayezidi fighting. So for us in the diaspora, this was a spiritual inspiration, and we tried to support them in any possible way. So I was spiritually always with them.
And when do you consider that the KLA was first established?
I think we discussed the subject as to what we understand by KLA. I indicated, Mr. Prosecutor, that members of the KLA were also Tahir and Nabi Meha, who were killed in 91. I told you that Recep Mala and Nuhi Berisha, who were in 84, were members of the KLA. Afrin Jidia, Fardi, Fazlia, who were killed in 89, were also members of the KLA, in my opinion. In our struggle against the occupier, all these people throughout the 2 decades were in a way KLA. Now, if we're specifically talking about the formation and the setting up of the KLA, there are dates when the groups came together, when this organization was named as the Kosovo Liberation Army, and the date for that would be the 17th of November 1994. So we can refer from that date on to the name KLA. Up until that date, we viewed all those who fell in their struggle against the enemy as members of the KLA, but not with the name Kosovo Liberation Army.
Or connection between your LPK membership and your considering yourself a KLA member from the early 90s, as you put it?
Lëvizja Popullore e Kosovës
The Kosovo Popular Movement was a political military organization from 1993. As a member of this organization, and as a hyperactive person as myself, I always considered myself as a component or a member of the KLA from the above.
What was the highest authority or body within the LPK?
brenda LPK-s ka qenë
There was the LPK chairmanship within the LPK.
And is that the highest body that the LPK had?
struktura më e lartë që
The highest structure of the LPK was its chairmanship.
When you joined the LPK, who was at the head of this chairmanship?
unë ju kam thënë se unë kur
I told you that when I joined, this didn't go through a competition or something. When I joined the LPK, when I was able to be in contact as a member of this organization from the early days, I know that the chairman of the LPK was Fazli Veliu.
And witness, just to clarify, in my question I made no reference to any competition, but your answer is well taken. And following Fazli Veliu, was there another president of the LPK, or, sorry, chairman of the LPK?
pas Fazli Veliut
After Fazli Veliu, the chairman of the LPK was Bedri Islami.
How long did Bedri Islami serve in that role?
nuk mund të them për sa kohë sepse
I'm not able to tell you for how long, because in '98 I entered Kosovo. However, I believe that until the 5th general meeting, July, August '98, he was the chairman of the LPK.
që i bie ndoshta nga 94
Which means from 94 to 99, around 5 years, but I might be mistaken.
Do you know Bardal Mahmouti?
Bardul Mahmutin e një
I know Bardul Mahmouti because we were close to one another during my stay in Switzerland. I know him as a member of the LPK, as a friend, and we're still in contact.
What was Mr. Mahmouti's role in the LPK?
spari ka qenë antar
Initially, he was a member of the LPK, just like all of us. I think he was a member of the General Council of the LPK as well.
We have reference, at least in English, to a general council. Is that the same body that was you previously referred to, which was at least translated as the chairmanship, or is it something else?
Krysia
The chairmanship and the general council are two different things. The chairmanship is composed of 9 members, whereas the general council had 36 or 37 members. It's the general council. It's at a slightly lower level than the chairmanship.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Mahmouti ever serve within any role in the KLA or in relation to the KLA?
Bardul Mahmouti
Bardul Mahmouti had, in my opinion, a very important role within the KLA. Being a member of the diplomatic corps who interacted with the internationals on behalf of the KLA. He was a very valuable, dignified representative who, with his dedication and his efforts, helped us considerably in our war.
Earlier you mentioned a general meeting, I believe the one in 1998. Were you yourself ever in any way involved in organizing any of these general meetings?
Ako më parë unë përmenda
I mentioned earlier year 1999, when the 5th general meeting occurred. I did not directly participate. I did as a delegate, but not as a representative of the General Council or the chairmanship. I do remember at that time Bardul and other friends asked me to conduct all the works for the that meeting that was held in Prizren. Technically speaking, I tried my best because we were in the immediate aftermath of the war, 3 to 4 weeks after. So I tried to at least technically make the necessary preparations for the meeting.
And just to have some clarity about dates, can you once again state when the 5th general meeting took place, what month and year?
unë mendoj se ka qenë
I think it was at the end of June or beginning of July 1999. I am not certain about the dates.
And is that the meeting that you were involved in after Mr. Mahmouti and others sought your assistance?
po.
Yes.
What was decided, or at least the main decision at that meeting?
Në atë takim janë bërë shumë raporte.
A number of reports, work reports, were presented during that meeting. So what was done between these 2 meetings? However, I think the key point for the chairmanship was whether the LPK would transform into a political party, because a new climate was in Kosovo, a new political life, and idea was that it was best for the LPK to transform into a political entity in the country.
And following that meeting, was the LPK so transformed?
Unë mendoj se
I think the majority in that meeting were in favor, although there were members who expressed some frustration and were reluctant. The members of the LPK had the democratic right to elect whoever they wanted, to continue as they were, or to transform. Therefore, I believe that a large part of the nomenclature of the LPK at the time accepted and were part of the change, as a result of which the first political party to form at the time was PBDK. I have forgotten what the initials stand for exactly. The Party for the Unification, Democratic Unification of Kosovo, I think.
To be clear, is it FPBDK or just PBDK?
kujtoj se ishte vetë
I think was PBDK.
And once the PBDK was formed, who was its first leader?
kur është krijuar PBDK-ja.
When the PBDK was formed, its first leader was Bardil Mahmouti.
And did the PBDK ever change name again after this change from LPK to PBDK?
Po,
Yes, the PBDK became after a while PDK. And at the time I was in uniform, I didn't really deal with politics. I was not directly involved in the formation of political parties. However, we were obviously interested in what we would become. And I am stating here my knowledge and what I know about these processes and this political entity.
T.
Xhavit Halitin sot
Everyone in Kosovo knows Javid Haliti today. I knew him at the time as well. I knew him during our activities in Switzerland. And since we were discussing the fifth meeting, I met with Javid Haliti before this also in Albania, including in Albania.
To your knowledge, did Javid Haliti occupy any particular role within the LPK?
Xhavit Haliti gjithmonë
Javid Haliti had continuously a more specific role in the LPK.
And what was that role?
unë mendoj se ai
I think he was a member of the presidency, chairmanship of the LPK for years. And in that role, he had an honorable position.
In your SPO interview, you mentioned Ali Ahmeti as one of the people you were initially involved with in the LPK. To your knowledge, did Ali Ahmeti have any particular role within the LPK?
هذا علي أحمدي
Ali Ahmedi as well is one of the most distinguished men, hardworking, who contributed considerably to the LPK and to the forming of the liberation groups, which resulted then in the Kosovo Liberation Army and the National Liberation Army.
And to your knowledge, how did he contribute to the forming of what then became the KLA, the National Liberation Army, as you put it?
Sorry, I have an objection to the line of questioning. It would just be good to get the source of this witness's knowledge, given his role in the LPK at the time and his level. And the things that the prosecutor is asking him to speak about are considerably higher than his level.
Your Honor, we reject that objection. If I may respond, I cited to the SPO interview where the witness said he met Ali Ahmeti as one of the people who was initially involved within the LPK, and he already told us his knowledge of Ahmeti's role in the LPK.
The objection is overruled. You can certainly explore that information on your cross-examination, but it's just general background information that this witness seems able to testify to. Go ahead, Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, my question was, to your knowledge, how did Ali Ahmeti contribute to the forming of the National Liberation Army, as you put it?
Zotri Gjykatës
Your Honor, I agree with the reaction of the defense, because it is indeed very true that I was a mere member, ordinary member of the LPK, so this was my level.
Mr. Potch, you might repeat your question.
Yes, Your Honor, just to note your microphone wasn't on, so I don't think you're
Oh, I'm sorry. Just do your best to answer the questions that are given to you by the SBO at this time. If you don't know an answer, just say you don't know. That's perfectly all right.
Unë njoh Ali Ahmeti.
I know Ali Ahmedi, I knew him, and I think that Ali Ahmedi was a crucial person. He played a large part in the work leading to the formation of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Explain how, to your knowledge, he played that large part. What did he do in that regard?
Mendoj se është
I think it is impossible for me to explain this, but I do know, we learned later, that he was part of the group for special actions appointed by the LPK to liaise with the armed groups within the country. He was part of the groups to unify those groups. He was member of the group who decided on the name of the KLA. He was a member of a number of future activities. Therefore, I have Ali Ahmedi, I have considerable respect for Ali Ahmedi in this regard, just like the entire LPK.
And how did you learn this about Ali Ahmeti?
tani nuk mund të jap atë
I am not able to indicate, not that I don't want to, but I do not know how we learned, because we, ordinary members, had the right to ask from the chairmanship or the general council to be informed on specific matters as to what would happen to us, to Kosovo, but I'm not in a position to indicate precisely how I learned this, because this is not something you learn in an hour, but it's a process that went on for several years.
Have you heard of someone called Sabri Kichmari?
Paul,
Yes. Sabri Kichmari, I think I've seen him in person twice. As a name, I know that he was part of the LPK in Germany. He was part of the diplomatic corps as a representative of the KLA during the war in Germany, in the area where he lived. So he was an inseparable part of all those activities that took place in Kosovo within the LPK and KLA.
A break or no? Then we can pause now.
Witness, we'll give you a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back to the courtroom. Please do not discuss your testimony outside of the courtroom.
Your Honor, I have one brief matter to raise just before that break, unrelated. The witness can leave. It's about the items that Your Honor authorized us to add to the exhibit list. We have disclosed them, or we're having issues with disclosure for a technical reason. We intend to disclose them and add them to the presentation queue. I'm not sure whether CMU could assist with just adding them to the presentation queue, knowing that they are now on our exhibit list.
We are adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Oops, I'm sorry, I pushed it off. You may continue, Mr. Potch.
Thank you. Witness, while you were in Switzerland before you went to Kosovo in March of '98, were you aware of any KLA fighting or operations in Kosovo?
gjatë qëndrimit tim në Zvicër,
During my stay in Switzerland, while I was there, in relation to all actions that were undertaken in Kosovo, we learned from the LPK. We had our newspaper, Zëri Kosovës, and through that organ, we did our best to propagate and write everything that was carried out by the Serbian forces in Kosovo. So I was informed through our newspaper and the information that we received through that newspaper.
And do you recall what year you started through the newspaper to receive information about KLA fighting in Kosovo?
aksionet e UÇK-s
The KLA actions, of course, we could not hear about them as such, as KLA attacks, before it was named. It received its name in November 1994. However, all the actions launched by it, I think we've read them all in 1996, 97, 98. Maybe there were actions carried out by it even before that date, but those actions were not called KLA. They were simply called actions by groups that fought against the Serbian occupying force.
I'd like to call up SPOE 00131-752-SPOE 00131-823 alongside the English translation, which has the same ERN with -ET at the end. And on both, I'd like to turn to page SPOE 00131-754, please. Witness, on your screen there is a document on the left in Albanian and its translation on the right in English. And I note that this is from a reprint of an interview of Blerim Shala with Shavit Haliti. Had you seen the item on your screen before I showed it to you in witness preparation?
Jo, nuk e kam parë përpara.
No, I haven't seen it before that.
Excerpt, and I'm going to ask you some questions, and let's please turn to page 00131-770, where I will read from the second paragraph. As I mentioned, I'll be reading from the second paragraph. If we can go a little bit up in English. And in Albanian, it's okay. In witness, you can either listen to the interpretation or follow in Albanian on the left of your screen. Nobody can deny the contribution of the LPK in supplying KLA with weapons, material means, and political representation in Kosovo and abroad. Whoever tries to manipulate outside these lines of history is wasting his time. And witness, my question is, do you agree that nobody can deny the contribution of the LPK in supplying the KLA with weapons, material means, and political representation in Kosovo and abroad?
Po, pajtohem me këtë.
Yes, I agree with this part, and this is true. Nobody can deny the work and activities of the LPK towards the organization and consolidation of all KLA formations.
Adam Yashari, Zahir Paraziti, Muya Krasniqi, Recep Salimi, Sokol Bashota, Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Lahi Ibrahimai, and others who acted towards the consolidation of the KLA were part of a common structure. And witness, my question is, to your knowledge, is that correct?
Unë mendoj se ky informacion është
I think that this information is correct.
I will next read from the penultimate paragraph on the same page. If we can scroll a little bit lower in the Albanian, thank you. In 1993, during the meeting of the Assembly of the LPK, which was held in Switzerland, I proposed that in order to get out of the crisis, a special military mechanism should be established. We spoke with Shavit Haziri about many things. The Assembly of the LPK in Kosovo, led by Mr. Haziri, had taken a decision which authorized him to deal with the military organization process in Albania and diaspora. Witness, is the special military mechanism mentioned here the same group you were referring to when you were providing evidence concerning Ali Ahmeti?
po mendoj se këtu bëhet
Yes, I think this refers to the group of special actions, as it was called by the LPK, whose member was also Javid Hariti. The work in 97 and 98 in Albania helps towards the improvement of the organization, at least at the time.
Are you familiar with the LPK Assembly decision mentioned here, authorizing Javid Haziri to deal with the military organization process in Albania and the diaspora?
sot kur po flasim
When we speak about it now, yes, I am aware. I was aware about that after the war. However, in that time, in 1993, when the chairmanship took such a decision to undertake such activities in that field with the Group for Special Actions in organizing armed groups in Kosovo, that was very distant for us, and that was an information that was guarded because there were many arrests going on in Kosovo at the time and many comrades were lost. So during the time that decision was made, I was not aware of it, but I learned about it later on from my friends.
And the friends that you learned from, were those LPK or KLA members?
shoqërimi I im nga në dekadën e fundit të shekullit
In the last decade of the last century, I kept company with all members of the organization because they were brave young men, they were trustworthy, they were young men who strived to return the dignity and hope to our people, and they achieved that by liberating Kosovo.
Witness, if I could ask you to focus on the question and answer the question, which I don't think you did, I'll repeat that. the friends you mentioned that you learned this information from, were those LPK or KLA members?
Just one.
They were always either members of the LPK or members of the KLA.
Of the 2 pages shown from this item, which are pages ending 131754 and 131770.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honours, we do object. Mr. Patch has done the very bare minimum here of just putting lines to a witness to say, is that correct? Not going beyond that and asking why.
You're just state the objection.
The objection is that this witness is not able to authenticate what is said there in any meaningful way, and the foundation for that has not been established by the SPO. That's why we object. Well, the foundation, in order to authenticate the document, he's simply somebody who's not able to comment on the document.
The objection's overruled.
Call the persons who wrote the document.
The objection is overruled. We already ruled on this earlier. Go ahead.
We would support that objection.
Thank you. And witness, there is another document on your screen at the moment. If we could now turn to the next page in this item, which is 245113. And if we can zoom out so we can see the entirety of this page, please. Witness, had you seen this book before I showed it to you in witness preparation?
Këtë libër unë nuk e kam parë.
I have not seen this book before.
In the Albanian, can we please turn to page SITF 00245-167? And side by side with that, we'll call up the English translation, which is SITF 00245-167-SITF 00245-169-ET revised. And it's the first page in the English. And I'm going to start reading in both pages from, well, I'm going to read from the English. It corresponds the same in Albanian from the penultimate paragraph and then on to the next page. So witness, as I was explaining, I'm going to read a passage and then I have some questions. I have always respected Professor Fazli Veliu. Later on, when the events brought me to parts from the People's Movement of Kosovo archives, I saw that many of the things that had originated from him not only had those been useful, but also necessary. Each of these, at time, carried a big secret that had to be kept within. I will mention one of them, the establishment of the, quote, special sector, unquote, or more precisely, the People's Movement of Kosovo military section. If we can go to the next page in both, please, I'll continue reading there. This sector, which was no more or no less than the core of KLA General Staff, will be created by a very internal special decision of the People's Movement of Kosovo presidency, and only the leadership had the right to know about the work and the activities of this group. Through the special sector, the special structures of the Kosovo Liberation Army structure to the detail that the movement of vehicles and people is achieved. Logistics networks have been set up, people have been contacted, a lot has been done, which at the time was of vital importance. Shavitaliti, head of the sector of special importance, and in brackets military, had stated, and the following is in quotes, in the meeting of the leadership of the LPK in emigration in Switzerland in 1993, I have proposed that in order to get out of the crisis, a special military mechanism should be created. At the meeting in Switzerland, held in the apartment of a friend from Kosovo, I proposed what and how it could be done, how the LPK should be reorganized, including the military structure and the way it functions. My first proposal was to create a military sector, or a sector that would deal with military issues within the LPK. In other words, within the spectrum of the LPK, who would be accountable only to the leadership and no one else, and, in this case, all the priorities of handling material assets and decision-making for everything were in the competence of the sector of special importance. In the sector, originally, there were only myself and Ali Ahmeti, and then later Yashar Salih who got involved, and after Azim Sula's arrival from Kosovo, he too was co-opted. This was the testimony of the, quote, special sector, end quote, more precisely of the military sector of the LPK, that together with the structures within Kosovo, took upon themselves to create the KLA. Witness, my question is, to your knowledge, is the special sector being referred to here the same as the group of special activities that you referred to earlier in your testimony today?
Yes.
Let's now, in the Albanian, please turn to page ending 245279. And in English, we're going to have to call up another partial translation, and that is SITF 00245-724-SITF 00245-296-ET revised. And it will be on the same page, so 245279, please. And just for clarity, these items are public and they can be broadcast. I will let the court officer know should any of the items not be for public broadcast today. And witness, I'm going to read from the top of this page, and then once again, I have some questions. The third entry in Kosovo took place in 1993 by decision of the organization leadership. The trip was organized by Atehetar Labinishti. Our task was to organize the conference of the movement. I held the conference in Kolar village in Kerchova and called it the consultative meeting. In this conference, conclusions were drawn for the preparation of an armed uprising, since the peaceful means were not being fruitful. It is this conclusion that will guide the movement for the formation of the armed units, which during the organization were incorporated in the Kosovo Liberation Army. The coordination for the establishment and organization of the KLA was led by the, quote, Sector of Special Importance, end quote, which had been formed by the leadership of the LPK in compliance with the competencies that had been assigned to it by the General Council of our organization. The participants of this conference were, among others, Ahmed Hajia, Javid Haziri, Ramadan Avdia, Ghafour El-Shani, Azim Sula. Hashim Thaçi, Bayrut Shamaili, Hulusi Bechiri, Attihar Lebanishti, and others. Becher Limani was in charge of the technical organization and the security aspects of this conference. The conference was held at Zetri Zetri's house. This conference was a preparation to subsequently hold the general meeting in Kosovo in 1994. Many personalities attended this meeting. Witness, my question is, do you have any knowledge of the conference or consultative meeting at Zetri Zetri's house?
Në atë kohë, kur është mbajt kjo
At the time when this consultative meeting was held, it was top secret. Today, I have information just like you have, but not more than that.
How did you obtain this information, witness?
si antari I lëvizjes.
As member of the LPK, during our meetings, we always had a guest from the leadership or the General Council, and that guest could have informed us about this consultative meeting, however, not with all the details, because some things had to be kept secret. I do not know the exact date and manner how I was informed, but I was also always informed by my friends, by members of the LPK. I received this as information much later than the date when it was held.
And witness, when you say much later than when it was held, what time period are you referring to?
Ndoshta për të njëjtin vit.
Maybe the same year, but later, upon the completion of the consultative meeting, upon the return of the friends, and once there was no risk for their return. Then I received that information.
Whether it's people who were returning from such a meeting that would have informed you about what happened, although not with all the details, as you said.
Jo të gjithë këta persona.
Not all of these persons could meet members of the General Council in municipalities or cantons in Switzerland, but it was either Ghafour or Ramadan Avduli, some of them.
And once again, to be clear, Ghafour or Ramadan that you mentioned, am I understanding correctly, would have been at this meeting and subsequently in the same year informed you about some of what happened at that meeting?
That's leading.
Your Honor, it was merely
Sustained.
seeking clarification.
It was leading. You can rephrase it.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, Ghafour or Ramadan, you mentioned Ghafour, I believe, El-Shani, and Ramadan Abdulli. To your knowledge, had they taken part in this meeting that that is described in the excerpt?
Natko hata
At the time, they never mentioned that they were or were not participants in this consultative meeting. They just conveyed it as information that there was a consultative meeting held, and they offered this information to us. So the purpose of that information was just to make us aware that that meeting was held. However, they did not say that they themselves participated in that meeting.
Witness, do you recall during witness preparation when this excerpt was read to you stating that it was delegates who went back to Switzerland after meeting at Zetter's house in 1994 who told you and others about that meeting?
unë mbaj mend që këtë
I recall that we discussed this, but I do not remember saying that the delegates told me. They certainly informed all the members of the chairmanship presidency in Switzerland. Each of the 24 cantons in Switzerland had their own council. They obviously couldn't meet with all of them, but they gave this information within the organization. I do not know exactly how this information reached us, because this was 30-some years ago. However, I was aware that this consultative meeting was held, and I learned this after it was actually held. It was in 1998.
Sorry, what was in 1998?
kjo mbledhje
This consultative meeting was held in 1993, and we, as members of the LPK Council, received this information in the same year, 1993, but after the meeting, after the members went back to their homes, Switzerland, Germany, Kosovo, Albania. We received this information after the meeting from the higher structures, the General Council, or somebody in particular. We lived in the same area with Gafour, Al-Shani, Ramadan Aliyah, lived in Geneva, I was in Lausanne, so we might have received this information in a way or another.
se si ka ardhur ai informacion t'ju them.
But I'm not able to tell you how precisely this information was received by us.
Sorry, Your Honor. Just before we go further, I was waiting for it, but I was just wondering, can we have the reference to the preparation session the Council referred to at page 38, line 18? Thanks.
Certainly, it's preparation note 2, which is 123832-123859, paragraph 13. And Your Honor, I seek to tender the pages from this item shown to this witness.
I'm not sure I've got the numbers. Could you indicate the 2 pages that you indicate that you want to enter?
Certainly. So it's the 2 cover pages, which are 245-112 and 245-113. And then we went to 245-167 and 245-168. And then the last excerpt was from 245-279.
I'm sorry, SITF 00, whoops, I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honour, if I may, and is it in order to do it in front of the witness, because I don't want any suggestion made that I'm acting improperly in any way, because it's not founded.
I don't know what you're going to say, so you have to use your judgment and ask if he should leave the room.
Well, Your Honour, it's a legal objection, so I'm going to proceed on that basis.
Go ahead, that's fine.
And the objection is that this witness is unable to authenticate this particular document and those entries. He can be asked about what he remembers, but the important point, Your Honour, which hasn't been explored by the prosecution, and this goes directly to the authentication point, is that he's not able to say what actually happened in his meetings and who was there. That's why the prosecution is trying to get it out.
You're going beyond a legal question. Now you're talking about fact testimony.
Your Honour, it's a legal point I'm making on authentication. He hasn't given that.
You've made your point.
So there's no basis, therefore, to introduce the document through him. Somebody else, but not the witness.
I think I answered that earlier this morning in one of my oral orders, that it was admissible, and we've heard testimony that he could authenticate the material that happened. So it is admissible. It's hearsay, I understand that. It's given the same weight as any other hearsay, and it's up to the court to determine whether or not it can be used and to what extent.
Understood.
But I accept your making the record with your objection. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour.
I adopt the objection by my learned friend, Mr. Dixon. At this point, reiterate our objection in our email dated the 18th of the 11th, 2024.
Thank you.
Just to note that it's already been read onto the record by counsel, but no objection beyond that.
SITF 00245167 is admitted. I'll list them all. I've listed that one. We will also have SITF 00245112 and 113, and SITF 00245279.
Only one is missing, Your Honour. It's 245168. 167 started from there, and then I also read on 168.
That is it. Those were all admitted then. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, and they will be admitted with the P01858, both in English and Albanian. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pach.
Thank you. And those can be public exhibits, and they can be taken down from the screen. And instead of those, could we please call up P...
The admitted documents are reclassified as public. All right, now, Mr. Pach.
Thank you, and I apologize, Your Honor. If we could please now call up P00075 alongside P00075ET, and then both, let's go to page U001-9249, please. Thank you. Witness, on your screen, we're getting to the right page still. At least on the right, you can see a document in English, which is on also not on the right page. Okay, so on the left, yes, that is the correct page, and we're calling it up in English. Nope, that's not it. To be just again, it's page 9249. The next one. And actually, I apologize, in Albanian it's also not correct. We need 9249. And I should have said, I apologize to the court officer, the document is not in sequence, so it's actually page 61 of 63 on the PDF. That's why there's an issue. Sorry, that should have been said at the outset. Yes, good. Witness, on the left is a page in handwritten in Albanian, and on the right, typewritten in English. Had you seen the document on the left in Albanian before I showed it to you during witness preparation?
Jo.
No, I hadn't.
Both the Albanian and English, let's please zoom in on the left-hand side of the document for now. And I'd like to see the full page still, so let's zoom out a little bit if possible. And scroll down a little bit in the English is good, actually. And Albanian, yes, that's good, thank you. Witness, we see, that's good. I'm focusing on the left-hand side of the page in Albanian. We see that it refers to the third company at the top, and we can see a list of items and then some names. And towards the bottom of the page, we see your name with what seems to be the word either Jaguar or Jaguar, and 985/40226. Do you know what these letters and numbers next to your name could refer to?
Unë mendoj se kjo flet në tërësi.
I think this is about our unit in my village, Rados, in Malsi e Vogel. It contains information about the amount of weaponry and ammunition that we had in those early days of the organization. The last names, including mine, are to indicate the handguns that we had. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention the names.
Domethënë është emër.
So we have Binak Gashi, who later became the commander of our company. Salis Alteku, co-villager of mine. Dervish Choshaku, my cousin. Myself, Adem Krasnici, co-fighter. Ismail Zena, it says Rena in English, but it's Zena. And the weapon each of them possessed. Where my name is, it indicates Jaguar. I think it's a mistake. When it was typed, it should have been Sig Sauer or something similar. I think it's just a typing mistake.
That it concerns a unit in your village, Radosse or Malaysia Vogel. Was that unit ever known by any particular name or code name?
Një city I joni Malsisë Vogël.
Our unit in Malsi Vogel went by the name Kodra.
We also see a reference to number of people, 131. To your knowledge, was there a time when the Kodra company had 131 people or around that number?
Një city Kodra në
The Kodra unit at its height had 175 or 176 members. At the time when this page was prepared, it most probably had 131 members.
Do you recall what month or months the unit had around 131 members?
Kjo ka mundur të jetë në
This might have been with stationed there in May 98, so this could have been towards the end of May or beginning of June 1998.
Zoom in on the right-hand side of the page in both English and Albanian, please. Thank you. Witness, so as you can see, this is from the same page, just on the other side of it. And I'm going to start at the bottom half, where we see a reference to the first company, and then a list of what appear to be locations. Are you familiar with the locations listed below the, let's call it subheader, for, first company?
po.
Yes.
Call what KLA unit those locations fell under.
Kompania e parë është
The first company is part of the unit in Drenovc village. Senovc, Postasel, Polush, Sopnic, Chiflak, Doberdol. This is what it reads here, and they might have been part of this first company, which operated in Drenovc.
To your knowledge, were they part of the first company in 1998?
me sa di unë që
To my knowledge, they were not referred to by the name of company at the time. It was a unit. But from what I can remember in Drenovc and above Zatorich, there was the name Kuriz, which is the highest point of that area.
You don't think they were known as the first company, they were a unit. Did they, like your unit was known as Kodra, did they have a name or a code name that they were known as?
po unë mendoj
I think, and as I recall it, because of the geography, they were called Kurizi, the high point. With respect to the organization, Drenovc had the number 500, referring mainly to the Mensur Zubair, now a martyr, who at the time was a member of this staff.
And in relation to this, I think you said Turizi unit and the Kodra unit, did they fall within any, let's say, a common group, or were they independent?
ne ishim të ndarë.
We were separate because we were in my village in Malsie Vogel in Radoc. They were in Drenovc and Zatrich. However, as an entirety, we were part of the municipality of Rahovec, part of what would become later Brigade 124.
And could you give any more specificity in terms of what would later become Brigade 124? Were these units attached to the brigade or to a part of that brigade? What would become that brigade?
Po,
Yes.
That be?
brigada 100
Brigade 124 Gani Pacharizi.
Did that brigade have battalions?
Pas dhjetorit,
After December 98, I think battalions were formed, companies were formed, and other subordinate units. But the denominations were as I indicated them at the beginning, and this is what my knowledge about it is.
Mr. Patch, it's time for the morning break. Mr. Patch, time for the break.
Yes, Your Honor, if I could have 1 minute just to finish up on this document.
All right, go ahead.
Witness, and you mentioned the Kodra unit and the Churezi unit, and on this page we also see a reference to a second company. Do you know what that could be referring to?
unë mendoj se kompania e dytë
I think the second company was rather concentrated in the village of Ratkots. It had more soldiers, the village was bigger, and I think it only included the village of Ratkots, where the commander was Ismail Latifi.
You can take this document down, and that's a good time for a break.
Witness, we take a half-hour break at this time. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony. We'll see you back here at 11:30. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, to your knowledge, what was Jakub Krasnici's role in the KLA?
sipas njohurive të
To my knowledge, from June 1998, Jakub Krasniqi was the spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
And when did you learn about Mr. Krasnici's role that you just described?
unë mendoj që ka qenë një
I think there was a publication in the media, in a newspaper or television, that Jakub Krasniqi was elected the spokesperson of the KLA. However, I do not remember the exact date and the exact way of how I was informed.
To your knowledge, what was Sokol Bashota's role in the KLA?
unë Sokol Bashotën.
I did not know Sokol Bashota during the war. From what I heard after the war, he was part of the general staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army, and I'm saying this not based on my knowledge during the war, but I learned this after the war.
Witness, do you recall during witness preparation saying that you think you learned that Bashota was in the KLA General Staff in 1998? And for my colleagues, that's Prep Note 2, paragraph 15.
Më kujtohet, mund të jetë edhe ashtu.
I do not recall. It could be so, but personally, I did not know Sokol Bashota.
Aware whether Mr. Bashota was known by any other names in 98 or 99?
Tani jam një dieni që
I now know that his pseudonym was 11.
And do you recall when you first heard of that pseudonym 11?
Jo.
No, I don't.
In your SPO interview, you discussed crossing into Albania with Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, and others on the 16th of November 1998. Could you tell the judges whether you had met Hashim Thaçi before this occasion?
Unë mendoj
I think that during my travelings from Kosovo to Albania or Albania to Kosovo, it is possible that I had met Hashim Thaçi without knowing who he was and what he was within the KLA.
And do you recall what might have happened on such an occasion when you possibly met Mr. Thaçi without knowing who he was at that time?
po,
Yes, I believe I've recounted you an excerpt from a travel, 30th of May 1998, a date when from Albania, 7 professional military officers from the former Yugoslav army entered Kosovo. I remember that during that travel, one of the co-fighters had needed help. He injured his leg. We took the weapons from him to carry them, and later on, I don't know exactly when, I learned that that person was Hashim Thaçi. During that occasion, I've told you that Adem Grabovci was also one of the persons traveling. That was a person whom I knew from the 19th. Maybe Kadri Veseli and others were there too, but as I said, I learned that that person was Hashim Thaçi later.
As set out in your now admitted witness preparation note, you said that in March 1998, a person who introduced himself to you as Dieci, whom you later found out was Recep Selimi, told you to go to Drenoft in Rahovec, where you would meet Mensur Zuberai, known as 500, with whom you would organize the work there. My question, witness, is do you know whether Mensur Zuberai, 500, was acquainted with Hashim Thaçi?
është e vërtet. Unë
It is true. When I arrived from Switzerland, I did not know where to go. Together with my friend Selim Gashi, we went to Drenica. Although I did not know Drenica very well, I didn't know Kosovo very well, as I lived in Kosovo for a very short time. I mainly lived in Croatia, Bosnia, and Switzerland, and very shortly in Kosovo. But we asked and we arrived in Likovsk. We introduced ourselves, told them who we were, that we had come from Switzerland, that we were members of the movement, that we wanted to meet some friends and mobilize ourselves together. And I think that at that time, although I did not know him, I met with Recep Selimi, who introduced himself as 10.
Once again, I'd ask you to focus on my question and answer only the question. My question specifically was, do you know whether Mensur Zuberai, 500, was acquainted with Hashim Thaçi?
Po. Saktësisht,
Whether Mensur Zuberi was acquainted with Hashim Thaçi at the time, I didn't know and did not understand that. But the general staff told me that I could go to Rahovec, that 500 was there. And this led me to believe that somebody knew him. As to whether Mensur Zuberai knew Hashim Thaçi at the time, I did not know that, because then I did not know Hashim Thaçi or Mensur Zuberai.
Did you ever gain any knowledge as to whether Mensur Zuberai was friends with Hashim Thaçi?
po përflitet, mandene na kemi qëndruar.
It was spoken about, and later on we spent a lot of time with Mensur Zuberai. We almost lived together, and the terrain connected us. And you could tell that they knew each other, that they studied together. That's all. Maybe he told me himself, but I do not remember.
Do you know whether Kadri Vaseli was acquainted with or friends with Mensur Zuberai, 500?
Besoj, mendoj,
I believe, I think that it's the same thing as with Hashim Thaçi when we speak about the rapport between Mensur Zuberai and Kadri Veseli. I think they were the same generation. The organization was based on trust, and to the information they had, they trusted Mensur Zuberai.
Besides mentioning the encounter with Recep Selimi in March of '98 in your now admitted preparation note, you said that you also met him on the 26th of April '98 when you discussed the ambush near Prizren that had taken place earlier that day and the need for the KLA to come out publicly in Drenovts. And my question is the following. Do you recall meeting or seeing Recep Selimi on any other occasion other than these two in '98 or '99?
mua me duket se
It appears to me that I met Recep Selimi on one or two occasions during entering Kosovo from Albania. As I've already told you, I've traveled between these two countries more than 36 times with weapon supply groups. I remember it was either in June or July when we left Albania, more precisely Dobruna, with a group, not very large group, and Recep Selimi and also Gjeladin Gashi Plaku were part of that group. Gjeladin Gashi, to what I remember, became very tired during that trip, and I remember that we stopped for him to have some rest. So, to my recollection, I've met him once or twice during these trips from Albania to Kosovo.
And just to be clear, witness June or July, do I take that correctly as 1998?
Just
Yes, always June and July denote 1998 because in 1999 the country was freed at that time.
Besides Gjeladin Gashi, you told us known as Plaku, do you recall anyone who was with Recep Selimi on this occasion or occasions when you saw him crossing?
nuk mund të kujtoj.
I'm not able to recall. I know that there were some young men who were in Tirana who, as part of the KLA, helped the logistics there. I don't recall the names of these young men either. And usually we wouldn't ask many questions, but with some, the circumstances would lead us to asking questions of each other and get to know each other.
Do you recall on this occasion or occasions when you saw Mr. Selimi at the crossings, whether you knew where he was coming from or where he was going to specifically?
Jo, zotri. Unë
No, sir. I did not have the right to ask anybody where they were coming from and where they were going. My duty was to go from Kosovo to Albania, to Tsahan or Krume, and a day later to return from Tsahan to Kosovo. That was it, my duty at the time.
Do you have a deputy or deputies once you took up your position as head of the G2 within the Pastric operational zone in January of 1999?
po,
Yes, I was chief of both sectors, the intelligence sector and the counterintelligence sector. The chief of the intelligence sector up to 2nd of May was Javid Bayraktari. When he was killed, he was replaced by Yusuf Krasniqi Masuesi. In the counterintelligence sector, Nezir Çoçay was there, and I was the chief of intelligence and counterintelligence of both.
And besides the persons that you just mentioned, was there anyone else who worked or was a member of your G2 unit in the Pastric operational zone?
po,
Yes. Starting from February 1999, Shefkie or Pekka Gashi was also part of our office.
In
Mr.
what
Patch.
capacity?
Mr. Patch, before you go further, the transcript, I think, mistyped the name of the head of the counterintelligence sector, which I think was Nezir Chochai. Could you ask the witness if that's what he meant?
Certainly, witness. Earlier, did you say the chief of the counterintelligence was Nezir Chochai, just because we seem to have an issue with the transcript?
Po.
Yes.
Thank you. And then I asked you, in what capacity was Shefkia or Pekka Gashi part of your office from February 99?
Pekka natko kish
Pekka at the time carried out analysis and made descriptions of situations that we had to report on or to learn from.
And could you tell the judges what your role as head of the G2 in the Pashtuk operational zone entailed?
detyra ime
My duty, starting from January 1999, when I accepted this post, was to protect and secure all our formations, military formations that is, and the territory that was free to some extent where we operated. So to protect and secure the formations and the territory from the enemy and those who wanted to cause us harm.
And could you tell the judges how you went about fulfilling those tasks, that role that you just described?
po fillimisht
Well, Your Honors, initially when I took up this duty, I arrived in Kosovo and nothing from this sector had been formed or established within the Pashtik operational zone where I was appointed to this post. Nothing existed within the brigades that operated in that area. There were more or less 5 brigades that operated there, and I tried for the most part to deal with the organization, the filling of the numbers and the appointments of the sectors from above to below. We were not very successful in these tasks because many things happened, many operations, many battles. So my duty at the time was consolidation and organization of my sector in the operational zone of Pashtik and down the line to brigades and battalions and companies.
Did your role as head of the G2 in the Pashtuk operational zone entail the collection of information?
roli im
My role was to collect every piece of information in order to have a clear picture of what we had in terms of strength of people and also in terms of the enemy. We had been surrounded at the time by many enemy's forces. So my role was to collect information, to analyze that information, and to inform my commander, who at the time was Tahir Drini and later on Tahir Sinani, about the situation in every location, in every brigade, at least in the areas where I was able to work.
Earlier, you mentioned your deputies, at first Shavit Bayraktari, then replaced by Yusuf Krasniqi, who you said were in charge of intelligence. And you also separately mentioned Nazir Chochai, who was in charge of counterintelligence. Could you tell us the difference in roles of these people? So, what was the role of the person dealing with intelligence, and what was the role of the person dealing with counterintelligence beneath you in the G2 unit in Pastrik?
Në kushtet normale,
In normal circumstances, the intelligence sector uncovers the enemy forces, evaluates, assesses the enemy forces, assesses the danger, the risk, the direction that that risk can come from, and this includes many things in itself. However, in my opinion, and based on what Commander Drini told me himself as to what my duty was within this sector at the time, the intelligence sector had as its task to guard our territory, to guard the locations where we were stationed, not from uniformed elements, but elements that were most probably even more dangerous than the enemy forces themselves.
Clarify what was meant by these even more, most probably even more dangerous. So you're saying not from the uniformed elements, but elements most probably even more dangerous. Who are these most probably more dangerous elements?
do të mundohem t'ju
I will try to explain this in brief points. The non-uniformed element that services the enemy or the opposing side could include the workers within those services operating in Kosovo at the time. There were many such services within the Serbian occupying forces, and this element was very sophisticated. They used all possible means, including civilian means, to detect or uncover what the strength of the KLA forces was in villages where we were positioned. They could also send observers, civilians, to count our forces, where our notebooks were, where our weapons were. We did not know in advance who they would send, but we protected ourselves from those who had already been mentioned as people who were working and were in the service, at the service of the Yugoslav forces, and who were Albanians. And there were many of those. In this respect, I think that the counterintelligence had to know and be informed about this.
You stated just now the non-uniformed element that services the enemy or the opposing side could include the workers within those services operating in Kosovo at the time. There were many such services within the Serbian occupying force. Could you explain or give some examples of these services that these people were operating in or working in?
Brenda strukturave të
within the organized structures of the Serbian state. There were many illegal structures, open structures that were part of the UDB, that were part of the state security, that they were part of the Serbian militia or former members of the Serbian militia. They made use of all their resources and capacities willingly or through blackmail. There were Albanian elements within these structures, although these were Serbian occupying structures.
And how did you know there were Albanian elements within these structures?
Zotri gjykatësata
Your Honor, the state security in the area where I lived, Moravec prison, and other towns, all the UDB members were Albanians. So within the UDB there were several of them. In prison alone there were 10 or 12 of them, and they were shamefully Albanians. I am ashamed for them today, although some might be proud of what they did, as this was also the case in Rahovec and other towns. They have names and surnames, and it's publicly known information. Everybody knows them, and probably you do too.
Could you clarify whether these Albanian elements within these structures were people you were aware of, including in 98 and 99?
ata ishin persona që ne I njihim.
These were persons we knew by name, but not their faces or because they were acquaintances or anything. These were persons who never hid the fact that they were what they were.
These persons' names in 98 and 99?
Atyre personave u kemi ditë e re.
We knew the names of those persons, including before 98 and 99, during our political activities conducted in Kosovo and abroad.
I'd like to call up SPOE 000-52989-000-53037, and we'll stay on the first page, which is only in Albanian just for now. Witness, had you seen this document before I showed it to you in witness preparation?
Jo, nuk e kam.
No, I hadn't.
Let's turn in this document to page SPOE 000-53011, and next to it call up the English translation, which is from SPOE 000-52992-SPOE 000-53035-ET revised, and there we'll go to the same page, please. I'm not sure the document on the right is the correct one. I asked for the English translation, which is -ET revised. So I can repeat, the ERN is SPOE 000529992 SPOE 000533035 ET revised. And the page is the same one in Albanian, which is 53011, please. Witness, I'm going to read to you from the third question and answer, and then I have some questions for you. Baton Hajiu, what were the responsibilities and aims of Sheikh at that time? Kadri Veseli, the purpose of G2 was to obtain information about the movements of the enemy. The G2 had its own structure divided in units, brigades, battalions, and companies, whose duty it was to get information on the movements of the enemy and to carry out concrete actions in the service of the liberation war, such as to ensure our defense, but also to attack. Witness, my question for you is, does this answer correspond to your knowledge of the G2 duties and of the KLA's intelligence structure when you were a member thereof in 1999?
Po.
Yes.
Your Honor, we seek admission of the pages shown, which are 52989 in Albanian only, and then 53011 in Albanian, along with the English translation.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honour, I make the same objection as before. I know it's a question of weight, but our submission is that so little weight can be attached to it, there's no point in even admitting it.
Thank you. Anybody else? It is admitted.
Your Honors, pages SPOE 0005289 in Albanian and SPOE 000533011 both in English and Albanian will be assigned exhibit number P01859 classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. We can take the documents down. Witness, did KLA members have an obligation to report information concerning, for example, enemy locations and enemy movements?
Po.
Yes. All of those who were geographically close to areas where danger could come from had the obligation to report to their superiors, the closest ones.
In your SPO interview, you stated that the detection of collaborators to see the damage they do to the army during the war was naturally a task of yours in the G2 sector, and you also mentioned some tasks in relation to certain persons you described as tasks of your deputies. Could you tell the judges how you went about fulfilling your task in relation to the detection of collaborators?
neve nuk kemi mundur t'i kryejmë.
We were not able to carry out the tasks because this is not homework. We lived with the people. In the location or area where we were stationed, there were 30, 40 villages around who lived with us, who faced the same danger, exposed to the same enemy. So we were the same as the civilians. The people in the midst of which we were, they helped us, helping themselves. By asking us to apply caution and to prevent any element whom they viewed as working against us, to prevent them from entering our area. If I knew them by the names, as I mentioned before, there were such cases, but I could not have the knowledge the people had, the extent of knowledge. So this information came from the people. The civilians who were living with us, but also from our people, soldiers, who would report what they had seen or what they knew. We collected all this information, analyzed it, weighed in this information, and gave it the consideration that we assessed was reasonable. If it was not important at all, we would not give any consideration at all.
Judges, how or in what format the civilians reported such information to you or to your unit?
Unë mund t'ju them se ka.
I can tell you that they might have brought us information in written form. It was also possible that they would come in person and say that they had seen a person who, according to their opinion, was a collaborator or a member of the UDP, that they had seen that person in town. So such information could be brought in, either physically or in writing. I do not know what else to say, but there were various ways of passing on information which they thought was valuable for us to know.
Could you tell the judges, as in relation to the information the civilians provided to you in written form, what information or details did that document have in it about the persons addressed in it?
Sot në këtë kohë.
As we speak now, I am not able to tell you specifics. However, Your Honor, when I was arrested, I had a large amount of documentation, which was seized together with, at the time when I was arrested, this was 300 to 400 kilograms of documents. Documents where I described my daily tasks and work during the war. During my arrest in 2001, that those documents were translated by Army police translators. They were analyzed and by the investigators, court investigators who were in Kosovo from 2000 to 2008. Therefore, I stand here today handicapped because I don't have those documents. If I had those documents, we could go through them, all of us together. We would be able to assess and analyze them. Therefore, Mr. Prosecutor, I do not know what to tell you with respect to your question about the specifics. Specifically, I received every information that was offered to me, which I thought would be useful in assessing potential damage that would be caused.
Could you tell the judges then, in more general terms, when a civilian brought you information about persons suspected of being collaborators, what information did they write there? Did they write the name, something beyond that?
Kur vinte dikush për shembull.
For example, if somebody came over, I'll take an example. If somebody came over and told me that this person is a UDB collaborator, I know that he meets and with this specific person in prison or so, then I would take that name. Probably I would discuss that name with somebody else and gave that name to the guards, to our guards, who were on the front lines facing the enemy, in order for them to prevent that person from entering in our territories, so that he wouldn't be able to identify us or gather information about our forces or our positions. This is an example, but this doesn't mean that I followed the same process for every single name I was provided. I would need some more detailed information as to the biography and activities of that person in order to further assess this information and give this name to the guards with the instructions I mentioned before.
In your answer, you were discussing a scenario where somebody told you, I understand it orally, about a person who could be a collaborator. Earlier, you said that the reporting was done sometimes orally and sometimes in writing. So my question is, when a civilian provided you something in writing about a suspected collaborator, what kind of information did that written document contain?
Nuk di tash specifik.
I do not know specifically, but in general that would have been about his work, his background, the work that person did up until that moment. I am not able to tell you today something specific in that regard. However, I think that every information needed to be analyzed, reviewed, given due consideration, because the risk was very high. We were surrounded by the enemies. Therefore, every information in this regard was good and helpful for us to protect our ranks.
And now we've been talking about civilians providing you information about suspected collaborators. I want to turn to KLA members, who you also mentioned would provide such information. And my question specifically is, how did the KLA members provide you or your unit with information about suspected collaborators?
Nuk ushtarët si na jepin.
How the soldiers give us information. We said before that soldiers who were on the front line, they had to report to their company or battalion commanders. Although they never managed to form a intelligence, counterintelligence sector in the company and the battalion, and in some brigades, only the S1 or the head of the G2 sector. We did not have room, Your Honor, for that, because from the 8th of January until 12th of June, one period of time during which I exercise my functions, this is 5 months and 4 days. More than half of this time was spent in fighting. Therefore, we did not manage to consolidate ourselves or to operate as a well-organized structure in this sector. And I regret not having had the sufficient time to consolidate this sector.
Witness, I'm not quite sure you answered my question, so perhaps I'll rephrase or break it down. Did I understand you correctly earlier to say that other than civilians, KLA members, soldiers, also gave you information about suspected collaborators? Is that correct? Let's start from there.
Po.
Correct.
Asked how the information came from the civilians. You told us sometimes in writing, sometimes orally. Focusing only on the KLA members that provided such information to you, was that in writing, orally, both, something else?
Varsågod.
It depended on the situation. If I went to visit them there, they would provide such information orally. If this came from lower ranks, from the battalion to the chief of staff of the zone, then the chief of staff would share that information with every one of us in the zone. So the information could be passed on by the soldiers to us in various manners. There were not only these two ways, orally or in writing, but there were also other ways, as I explained.
Did the KLA operate checkpoints within the Pastric operational zone?
The KLA had checkpoints in the locations where it was thought that unauthorized people could enter. These checkpoints were to identify people and to protect or preserve our territory for the time we were there. Yes, the answer is yes.
Your recollection, when were those checkpoints first set up within your zone, the Pastric operational zone?
They were set up for the first time at the entrance of the village of Drenovs on the 26th of April 1998. The first checkpoint was there to prevent Serbian forces from entering the village of Drenovs. Since you mentioned the action where our comrades fell, so the first checkpoint, Kelly checkpoint in the village of Drenovs, was set up on the 26th of April 1998.
At least in English it's translated as, these checkpoints were to identify people and to protect or preserve our territory. Could you explain to the judges what this identification meant in practice? What did the people at those checkpoints do in relation to the people trying to go in or out?
The persons manning those checkpoints. So if we take that first checkpoint in Drenovs, every person who would enter in their village, Drenovs, would have been stopped, identified. If that person was from their village, they would have recognized him or her, they would have escorted that person. If that person was alien, they would have asked questions. Where are you going? It's wartime. Why are you going to this territory? which was under attack from Serbian forces. In other words, this was the duty of or the task, the purpose of a checkpoint, to protect our formations and to protect the village as a whole, which was full of civilians.
Any information provided to the persons, let's say, operating or manning the checkpoints in relation to who they should not let through, for example?
Me zhvillimin e luftës,
As the war went on, because on the first day nobody in Drenos had any single name, we did not know who should we be cautious about, apart from the enemy. As time passed by, and depending on the developments on the ground in our area, with us and the civilians, we would have written some or any names of people who are undesired in our area in those war circumstances.
And what would be done with these written names? Would they be given to the people at the checkpoints or something else?
po, mendoj
Yes, I think they would be given to them. These names would be at the checkpoint, regardless of the rotation of guards. Although barely any checkpoint managed to survive because of the numerous repeated Serbian attacks and offensives. So we changed those checkpoints locations very often. We changed our deployment or activities. But in any event, wherever they were, they tried to protect themselves and the civilian population from elements that had been determined as our opponents.
Who gave those names to the persons operating or manning the checkpoints?
po sot të flasësh në vitin 2024.
Now to speak about who gave those names today in 2024, it's impossible to find a name or a group of people who would have given those names. However, and I'm referring here again to the village of Drenos, because this was the first village where we set up a checkpoint. Knowing that Drenos had become some sort of a center for the Kosovo Liberation Army, for our municipality, all freedom-loving people tried in different ways to come and visit us, to tell us what was going on in areas where we were not present. They would come in Drenos and tell us what was happening in Rahovec, in Prizren, what they had witnessed themselves. So this may compose a whole set of information from which we would extract a summary, and with time names would come up, or specific events would become noticeable.
To be clear, did you or members of your G2 unit in the Pashtuk operational zone from January of 1999 provide such names to persons at checkpoints, names of persons that we've been discussing who should not be let in, for example?
Po, besoj që po.
Yes, I believe so. I believe so.
I'd like to call up P00500 side by side with P00500 ET, please. Now, witness, we're going to change subject slightly, and I'm going to show you a document. You already see the Albanian on your screen. We're just waiting for the English. And if we can zoom out so we can see the totality of the first page of each for now, please. And so, witness, just have a look for now at the page on your screen. And if we could now turn to the second page of both items. I note in Albanian it's 2 pages in total. In English it has a third. If we can zoom out in the Albanian so we can see the whole page, please. And in English we could just turn to the third page just for a second. Now, we can stay here for a moment. Witness, do you recognize the document on your screen in Albanian?
Po.
Yes.
Into the bottom right-hand corner in Albanian where we have the signature block, please. Witness, is that your signature we see?
Po.
Yes.
Person who typed this document in Albanian?
Unë jam personi që
I'm the person who typed this document because I had a computer and printer in my office. However, it was composed together with Mr. Sadiq Halit Yaha, the Deputy Chief of Pashtric Operational Zone.
Take this document down, and instead I'd like to call up P00650 alongside P00650ET, and we'll start with the first page on both, please. And again, if we can zoom out in both so we can see for now the totality of the page. Thank you. So, witness, this is another document, again on the left in Albanian, on the right in English. And I'm going to ask to now turn to the second page in each one, please. And again, to zoom out so we can see the totality. Thank you. And now, witness, I'm going to ask to move to the third and final page in the documents. Now, witness, do you recognize the document on the left of your screen in Albanian?
po, zotri.
Yes, sir.
Type this document.
Po.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you about certain parts of it, and let's go back, please, to the second page, so the one ending 1745 in both English and Albanian. Thank you. And witness, I'm going to start reading from the words in the second paragraph, precisely on 1 March. I'm going to read, and then I have some questions. Precisely on 1 March 1999, I asked Commander Drini to permit me to go along with Officer Sadiq Halit Yaha to that brigade and to correct all of the problems of those villages, then make propositions for personnel movements through which the misunderstandings and unpleasantness in these villages could be overcome. But once again, the response was negative. And so I gave up on this because I saw that nobody was interested in these being solved. I also contacted the General Staff about this with Ferhat, and I told them about these problems, where they come from, and how they should be overcome. I'm going to pause there for a moment, witness, and my question is whether you remember the conversation described here with Drini on the 1st of March of 1999.
Më kujtohen
I remember many of such conversations, including this one. I do remember it, yes.
And focusing on this particular conversation, where did that take place? Let's start with geographically.
zotëri gjykat ne
Your Honor, we as officers of the zone, as assistant commander of Trini in Pashtik operational zone, whenever possible, we had briefings or weekly meetings so that everyone from the sectors could report on their problems. All the problems that I've mentioned here, I discussed them with Commander Drini during those weekly meetings. And given that he refused this complaint or request, I tried to apply other ways to inform the general staff about these phenomena that, at least to me, was negative in that time. This conversation occurred in Nishor.
In the last part of what I read to you, it said as follows: I also contacted the general staff about this with Ferhat, and I told them about these problems, where they came from, and how they should be overcome. Could you tell the judges who the Ferhat being referred to here is?
mendoj se jemi sqaruar gjatë.
I think we clarified this last week in my attempts to contact. I'm convinced here that I discussed, or rather gave a letter, this letter to Ferhat Ademay, who was the driver of the chief of the staff, of the general staff, that is of Mr. Bislim Zurapi.
Witness, could you explain or clarify how you're saying you gave this letter to Ferhat, but the letter itself says, I also contacted the general staff about this with Ferhat. Could you explain why that could be?
Ndoshta thash gabim.
Maybe I expressed it the wrong way, this letter. What I wanted to say is that on many occasions I tried to inform the general staff about the negative phenomena, at least that appeared to me as a negative phenomena. It could be lack of initiative, lack of actions. So I tried to speak about these things, and maybe this was one of those attempts to inform them through the driver of the chief of staff of the general staff. Had I contacted somebody from the general staff, there would have been no need to read this report or this complaint that you are reading out today.
In such prior contact or attempts at contact with the general staff, what did you say about the problems addressed in this letter and how those problems should be overcome?
Look, my perception of the war compared to that of career officers was perhaps different. I was more of an initiative-taking person. Their defensive way of, that is, of the officers who were with us, I was not fond of that type of work. So that is why I asked the General Staff to have an impact on this so that the level of organization, the quality of work, the quality of organization would increase. This was written in that spirit.
And was this a normal approach for you in terms of providing information to the General Staff, to give it to Ferhat or someone to provide it to the General Staff?
We always tried to send the information to the General Staff. If we would see somebody going to the General Staff, we would say to that person, take this there. So this is an understandable way to speak to the driver of the Chief of Staff of the General Staff, maybe not about all the problems that I've mentioned, but simply that there are problems and that there is need to contact them.
From where we left off, and that is, I can see it is still on our page. Perhaps we can scroll a bit down in both English and Albanian. It's from regarding Nasim Mullabazi. That's good in English, and a little up in Albanian. Thank you. So once again, witness, I'm going to read another part, and then I have some questions. Regarding Nasim Mullabazi, we have in mind that up until recently, he worked in the Serbian police, and that he was kicked out of the SPB only when they threw him out like a used rag, and then he came to us. However, he still hoped to go after the early activists and again continued with the same old tune following me, Selim Gashi, and other comrades. When he was put into the Sheikh sector, we didn't have the chance to exchange information among us for the reasons that he doesn't collaborate with me. And even worse, he has never reported on these issues and problems that are happening today, i.e., he hasn't even made a record of these negative phenomena. Witness, my first question is, who is Nasim Mullabazi?
Nasim
Mullabazi is, as described here, a former member of the Serbian police. When I arrived in Kosovo, when I went to 124 Brigade, I learned that he too was appointed by somebody there as chief of S1, which was part of my sector. And of course, in this respect, I opposed this because at the time, and even today, on this date, I did not think, and I do not think that members of the Serbian police or their family members should be part of sectors that were of special importance to the KLA.
We can take this document down, and instead I would like to call up SBOE 00328-676-00328-733 and this is in Albanian, and there we'll start with page SPOE 00328-723. The English translation for this is in 108011-108040-ET, where we would please go to page 108035. Thank you. If we could zoom in on the Albanian version on the right-hand part of the document, please. Yes, and we can move. Thank you, that's good. Witness, as you can see, this is an article dated the 9th of March 2017 that refers to you as the author, and it's here shared on the Facebook profile of Thaçi Kalitiaha on the 6th of November 2020. Witness, are you the author of this article?
Po.
Yes.
Do you recall its content?
Në përgjithësi po.
Generally speaking, yes.
And do you stand by what you wrote in this article?
Në çdo pikë, në çdo presje.
To every full stop, to every comma.
I'm going to start reading the article, which is on the entirety of the shown page in English. In the Albanian, it starts here and then it goes on to the next 2 pages. And I will pause as I'm reading and ask you some questions, witness. So, the month of March is synonymous with the Albanians, the Yasharis, the demonstrations. It is the red month. It is the month of the army, the month of March. Today, I will write about the March of 1999. It was the bloodiest march in the history of our state and people. On 18 March, the Rambouillet Agreement was signed in Rambouillet. On 24 March, the NATO bombing started. Today, however, I will write about the deserting of the FARC member, Süleyman Kolçaku, who was a deputy commander in our Pastrik zone. At the time, our commander was Ekrem Reja Drini. This was an event or a stain in the history which sealed the fact that FARC and the Kosovo, open inverted commas, institutions, close inverted commas, were aiming at sabotaging the war. This was the second most important incident, right up there with the fleeing of ZOD commander Tahir Zemai. And I'll pause here and witness. My question for now is, why did you write that FARC and the Kosovo institutions, with institutions in inverted commas, were aiming at sabotaging the war?
E kam shkruar atëherë, edhe
I wrote it then, and I think so today that this is what they were, because their absence, the absence of their work, efforts, assistance, operational engagement for the benefit of the war, or for helping us, because we needed everything. We needed a dog, we needed a horse, we needed donkey to transport weapons. And in those years, they were staying in Tirana. More than 5,000 FARC members were in Tirana, Albania, and did not find it reasonable to enter us and help us, or at least bring the weapons to the border for us. So that is why, even today, I think that they were born to sabotage the war. This is my personal opinion. This is what I thought then and what I still think today.
Continue reading. It was 11 March, and we did not want the 1981 demonstrations anniversary to pass without celebrations, although we were in the midst of the war. Because there were only a few of us, the former legal activists, Sadi Khalid Yaha, at the time the head of the Sector for Morale and Politics, and I agreed to properly celebrate this historic event, which marked a huge turn in our national history. We all took the necessary measures, notified the General Staff, reinforced all the surveillance and checkpoints, took care of the cultural aspect, and invited many artists. I, as the head of the KLA ZKZ, or the intelligence service in the ZOP, was dedicated to the security and management of this anniversary of the glory. And I'll pause here again, witness, and my question is, what did you notify the General Staff about in relation to the March 1999 celebrations?
Shtabin e përgjithshëm e kemi lajmëruar.
We notified the General Staff about this manifestation. It was a huge event attended by 35,000 people. We informed it so that we would be more vigilant when it came to that part on the other side of the main road that connected us with them. And we informed them because it was an event of great importance and which we held at high regard.
The General Staff based at this point in time, so March 99.
Shtabi i përgjithshëm ka qenë.
The General Staff was based in Berisha Mountains, in Klečka, in Berisha, in Divjak, usually in Klečk.
Do you recall who within the General Staff was notified about the issue that you just mentioned?
Jo.
No, I don't. And I've written it there that the villages that participated in the celebration or in this anniversary were surrounded on all sides by territories from where we could anticipate attacks from the Serbs. So that day, from the morning and up to the end, I was busy checking all that area so that the Serb forces would not find out about this celebration. And if they were to attack us from Dul or from any other part, given the large presence of people, there would have been a huge bloodshed. So I do not remember any particularities about the manifestation. I just know that I was in the movement the whole day just to protect and provide safety and security for all these citizens who had gathered there on that day.
To admit these pages shown, which we say should be added to P719 and P719 ET which already contains other admitted excerpts from the same document. And to just for clarity, the pages shown from the Albanian are the ones ending 328, 723, 724, and 725. And in English, it's only page 108035.
Any objection?
No, Your Honours, no objection.
No objection being made. SPOE 003287, 23, 724, and 725 are admitted and will be added to P719.
Thank you, Your Honors. And also the ERN 108035 will be added to P00719ET. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
We can take the documents down. And witness, do you know somebody called Ismet Tara?
Poenjof.
Yes, I know him.
A KLA member.
Ismetara ishte antari
Ismet Tara was a KLA member from the very beginning until the end of the war.
And do you know what role or roles he occupied in the KLA throughout the war?
Unë mendoj se
I think that at the beginning of the war, he was part of the RT unit command, a unit of Rahovets city. That was the pseudonym RT, that is, of this unit. And Ismet Tara was part of this unit's command, where also Tony and Mitzi were, Sebaidin Tsena and Ismet Tara were also part of that command. Tony was the commander.
And after that role, are you aware of Ismet Tara occupying any other roles within the KLA?
unë kujtoj kur kam filluar.
I think that when I started my duty at G2, Ismet Tara was chief of the finance sector. I think it was G6. He was in that position for some time until, on his own will, he went to his comrades in Rahovets municipality.
Note that there is break time soon, but I think I can start and finish the related document in 2 or 3 minutes, if that's okay. I'd like to call up SPOE 00226-524-SPOE 00226-526 alongside its English translation, which has the same ERN and then -ET revised, please. Thank you. Witness, had you seen the document in Albanian on the left side of your screen before I showed it to you during witness preparation?
Jo, nuk e kam.
No, I hadn't seen it before. You were the first to show it to me.
Both languages on the first bullet point on this page, please. Yes, in Albanian, that's good. We do the same for the English. And witness will see here, or you can see here, there is mention of you receiving money from soldiers of Rahovets to supply weapons. Do you recall that taking place?
Po, zotri.
Yes, sir. It was 14th or 15th July 1998 when I took from RT 55,000 German Deutschmarks to buy weapons, or rather more sophisticated weapons, for them in Albania.
Look more closely at the fourth bullet point, we see there a reference to Commander Tony, and witness, is it correct that you just told us Commander Tony was the commander of the unit within which Ismet Tara served before joining the zone staff in Pastrik? Is that correct?
Po, është
Yes, that's correct.
And if we could please turn to the second page of both items. And there I'd like to zoom in on the penultimate bullet point in English, starting in Albania, we asked. Yes, that's good for the Albanian. Witness, in this, thank you, that's good in English. In this bullet point, there is a mention of you having supplied the weapons you purchased with the money from Rahovets to other KLA units. Is that correct to your recollection?
Ju thash se
I told you that this trip of mine occurred on the 15th of July. I remember the date because it was my birthday. And the offensive on the 17th of July began in Rahovec, that is 2 days after my trip to Albania, and it was a 4-day offensive, one of the greatest that happened. At the time in Albania, I met with Asem Syla and Gjeladin Gashi, present there in Tahan, or at the headquarters where Gjeladin was a large group of soldiers who had no weapons. At that point, Azem Syla told me to give those weapons to these soldiers who were waiting to enter Kosovo. He knew that these weapons were for RT unit in Rahovec. However, because of the offensive, he said that they would take care of that so that that unit receives the weapons later on. In the meantime, I went back and forth. When I brought the weapons for Rahovec on the 23rd of August, I fell into an ambush in Has area, and at that ambush a carload of weapons was destroyed. So what Ismet Tara wrote here is very true. However, what I'm saying on the other side is very true as well. I'm not opposing to what Ismet said here.
Page in both versions, we see that among those this letter was submitted to were the KLA General Staff ZKZ and the KLA General Inspector. And my question, witness, is whether you were aware that Ismet Tara had informed them about the issues addressed in this letter.
I don't know about that, and I never came to learn this from anybody else except from you last week.
I conclude on this. If we go back to the first page, witness, on the top left corner, we see this document is dated 16 March 1999, and there's a reference to Casterts. Do you recall whether the Patrick operational zone used any buildings in Casterts at the time?
Jo nga shtabi I përgjithshëm,
Not by general staff. Kosterts and Nishor are adjacent villages. They are like one. Ismet Tara lived in a building that was part of the Pashrik operational zone.
As the general staff, I don't know if I misspoke or if it's a transcript error, but what I meant to say was the Patrick zone staff. That concludes my questioning on this document, and we seek admission, Your Honor.
Any objection to the tender?
Yes, Your Honour, for the same reasons as before, particularly in light of the witness's last two answers.
Your Honor, if I may, I can respond on this. Yes, just to say, Your Honor, that the document, the witness has authenticated its contents, which specifically refer to him. He told us about the position that Mr. Tara occupied as reflected in the signature block, the location there, other persons mentioned, and I could also make further submissions which serve to the relevance of this document based on where we obtained it from, but that would have to be in the absence of the witness, so unless that's necessary, I won't do so.
You don't need that at this point. It's been authenticated. It's admissible under 138, SPOE 00226-524 to SPOE 00226-527. You added a second, another page, is that right?
So it's the entirety of the document, which goes from 24 to 226 in both the English and the Albanian. 226, yes. Okay. It's just 3 pages, to 4 to 5 to 6.
It's admitted, please.
And will be assigned exhibit number P01860, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Witness, it's time for lunch. You'll be excused for an hour and a half, and we'll be back here at 2:30. Please do not speak with anyone outside the courtroom about your testimony. You may leave the courtroom now.
Your Honor, and just as that's happening, just to update in terms of my examination, I think I need around 1.5 more hours, which hopefully is still within my estimate.
It's close. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. Good afternoon, witness.
Merita.
Good afternoon.
Questions from the SBO, please give them your attention. Mr. Pach, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to call up P01856, admitted earlier today. We can just do the Albanian version for now. Thank you. Witness, on your screen is a sketch that you drew during your SPO interview in relation to the structure of the Pastric Operational Zone staff, which you also discussed in the same interview. And I'd like to call up side by side with this document P712 on the first page of that, which is 209321. Thank you. And witness, ignoring just for a moment the document on the left side of your screen, have you read the book, or the cover of which is on the right side of your screen? I don't think your answer was reflected in the record. Could you repeat that?
Po e kam lexuar.
Yes, I have read it.
Can we turn on the document on the right side of the screen to page ending 209330, please? That's not the right page. It should be SBOE 002093330. It's the next page, I believe. Yes, thank you. Yes, now witness. On the left of your screen is the document that you, the sketch that you drew, and on the right is a page from the Sadiq Khalitiaha book that we just looked at. And focusing now your attention to the zone level, we can see that yourself and Mr. Khalitiaha list several people in the same positions. And we see, for example, Tahir Sinani, Mr. Khalitiaha, yourself as the G2, Vesel Malnici as the G1, Skender Krasnici as the G4, and Seba Haydin Chena as the G5. We see that Mr. Khalitiaha lists Nejmi Krasnici as the Pastric Operational Zone Military Police Commander. Is that correct to your knowledge?
Po.
Yes.
Control.
Nejmi Krasniqi mendoj që ka
I think Nejmi Krasniqi carried out this task or had this position from January or February 99. I do not recall the exact date.
Cool.
deri në përfundim të luftës.
Until the end of the war.
You can also see that Mr. Khalitiaha lists Nuruddin Abazi as a legal advisor. Is that correct to your knowledge?
Unë në atë kohë nuk e kam ditur.
I did not know at the time that he had a legal advisor and that that person was Mr. Nuruddin Abazi. However, if he wrote this, I accept it as a fact.
Also see that Mr. Halitiaha includes Nezir Krietziu in relation to the Eye of the Eagle. And was Nezir Krietziu the commander of that unit?
Po, Nezir
Yes, Nizir Kriziu was the commander of the Sabotage Reconnaissance Unit Eye of the Eagle within the Pashturik operational zone.
And when did he serve in that role?
mendoj
I think that it was from its formation, which should be beginning of March 1999.
As G3, you list Bayram Bektashi, while Mr. Halitiaha lists Najmuddin Kastrati. Could you explain this discrepancy?
unë mendoj se
I think both are accurate because Najmuddin Kastrati was part of the operational sector for a while, and then he was selected by the Chief of General Staff, Mr. Bislim Zurabi, to accompany him to Albania in order to organize the Operation Arrow or something like that. And then he was replaced by Mr. Bayram Bektashi at the operational department, who served in this position until the end of the war.
The right part of the sketch, we can see G7. Yes, there we see that you list as G7 Sami Seyda, while Mr. Halitiaha has Mr. Seyda as the G6. Could you explain that discrepancy?
unë mendoj se këtu ka qenë ndoshta një
I think this was just filling in the boxes. I think G7 is the communication sector and G6 is the finances sector, where Mr. Ismet Tara was.
To your recollection, Ismet Tara was the G6 and was Sami Seyda the G7?
ashtu është.
That's correct.
On Mr. Halitiaha's diagram, we also see that he addresses the brigades and he lists names under the brigades. Could you tell us, to your knowledge, who the persons Mr. Halitiaha listed under each brigade, what position those people occupied?
Për secilin këtë pozitë, siç e ka
Each of these positions, as mentioned by Commander Sadiq Halitiaha, are true. Vlasnim Kurziu, Brigade 122, 121 Haji Shala, 123 Gzima Zoroli, 124 Sender Hoja, 125 Nihad Basha, 126 Safed Gashi, 127 Shefkat Halimi. However, this brigade never formed in actual terms. It did not have no structures. And Brigade 128, which operated in the peak of Pashturik, and Mr. Rushdie Saramati, who was part of the Operation Arrow.
Is it correct, as Mr. Halitiaha describes them, they were the brigade commanders for the respective brigades?
Po,
Yes.
Turn to the second page of the document on the left, please. And here, witness, that's the second page from your sketch and your SPO interview, and we see a reference to the brigades 121 to 128. but the names that you mentioned next to them, next to those brigades, are entirely different from those Sadiq Khalid Yaha listed as the commanders. Could you clarify the role of the persons you mentioned in your sketch on this page in relation to those brigades?
Persona
Sorry, the persons I've written down are from the G2 sector within the specified or respective brigades. On the right-hand side, the sketch drawn by Commander Sadiq Khalid Yaha, the names of the heads of G2 sectors, which I was responsible of, are not mentioned.
And the translation, at least, is that they were the heads of the G2 sectors of the brigades. Was that also known as the S2 sector in a brigade?
Po.
Yes. Within the brigade, our sector went by the acronym S2.
And witness, a moment ago, you mentioned the Eye of the Eagle, and you told us Nazir Kriadzi was the commander. I believe you said it was formed around March of '99. And could you tell us who created this unit, the Eye of the Eagle?
Po njësitin syri.
Yes, the unit Eye of the Eagle, people who initiated this formation are myself and Sadiq Khalid Yaha. We deemed it necessary to have a unit in the area of Ashtek which would be capable of intervening rapidly wherever there was a need and would prevent the risks and dangers coming from whatever direction of the enemy. This was accepted by Commander Drini and Commander Tahir Sinani. I do not know if at the higher level, meaning the general staff, they were informed about this. This was a elite, valuable unit which operated in conducted very good operations in our area.
Judges why, as the head of the G2 in the Pacific Operational Zone, you are one of two people who, as you put it, initiated this unit.
I can try to explain. As you know, my sector dealt mostly with the dangers, where the danger was coming from, and we thought it necessary to have a unit established in that territory, in the Pacific Operational Zone, which would be capable to conduct rapid, precise operations to protect the population and our positions from sudden, unannounced attacks of the enemy. Therefore, I thought this was a good undertaking on our side. We did this on our own initiative without having received any order from anyone. We believe that we did the right thing, and if we explain this further, I think we would all agree that it was the right move to set up this unit, which was very successful indeed.
How many members did this unit have?
Varsisht.
Depending, I can make assumptions. The number reached up to 50 members. This was because within Brigade 124, a smaller part was formed, set up, which went by the same name, the Eye of the Eagle, but was smaller in size. However, throughout the territory of the partially operational zone, this number went up to 50 or 70 members.
Did the smaller unit with the same name in Brigade 124 still have, as let's say, the commander Nezir Krietziu, or was it somebody else?
The Eye of the Eagle unit within Brigade 124 had its commander Javid El-Shani. And Nezir Krietziu was at the zone. They could have coordinated their work amongst them, or they might have been in contact.
Krietziu as the commander of the Eye of the Eagle unit at the zone.
I think Nezir Krietziu was ended up in that position because of his valor in battle, his courage. He was a man who had proved to be very successful, brave. I did not know him, but those who were around him came up with this proposal, or at least told to Commander Sadiq and to myself that the proposal to place as a leader of this group, or this unit, they proposed that this person should be Nezir Krietziu.
Did Mr. Krietziu have one or more deputies?
From what I can remember, Ilyas Kadoli was the deputy of Nezir Krietziu, a very good fighter as well.
Do you know what Mr. Kadoli had studied before the war?
I did not know Mr. Kadoli before the war. I met him during this time when we were setting up these units, and I understood at the time that he had a law degree. That's all.
I'd like to call up 057924-058024 alongside the English translation, which has the same ERN with -ET revised, and we'll start at the first page of both, please. So witness, you can already see on the left side of your screen part of a book. And my question is, for now, have you seen this book before?
I have not read this book before. Yes.
Please turn to page 057971 in both language versions. And I'm going to start reading witness from the second paragraph on the left-hand side of the page in English and in Albanian. I'm going to read, and then I have some questions about the excerpt read. As the war became more massive, and the fronts and battles expanded, and the result of the imbalance of forces, the need arose for the creation of special elite units with brave soldiers. with experience in fighting Serbs. These units had a small number of soldiers, and they carried out surprise attacks from all directions and from ambushes in order to inflict losses to the enemy's hardware and manpower. This is the reason for the creation of the subversive assault unit, Eagle's Eye. Everyone agreed that the unit should be named after a national symbol, eagle. My reasoning was that the main feature of an eagle were its sharp eyes that targeted prey from great distances, and it was liked by all. The unit operated under the Pastric Operational Zone Command, and its area of operation was the area covering the municipalities of Suhoreka, Malisheva, Rahovec, and a part of Prizren. The unit operated where it was needed and where the unit command deemed it necessary. Its success in fighting the Serbs led the Eagle's Eye unit to gain authority in the Pastric Operational Zone. And in the Albanian, could we also scroll to the next side, the same page, but the next side of it? Yes, and from the top. Thank you. In the Pastric Operational Zone and the entire KLA, this unit sowed horror and panic among the Serbian army and police ranks. The Eagle's Eye unit carried out over 30 successful operations against the Serbian invading forces only in the months of March, April, May, and June 1999. The Eagle's Eye unit's attacks often resembled kamikaze attacks and were very effective because they would completely destroy Serbian invading forces, whereas the losses to the unit were minimal, often non-existent. The main principle of the unit during the war was attack and only attack. Thus, we proved in practice the saying that attack is the best defense. The number of soldiers in the unit never exceeded 30, including logistics and medical personnel. The unit never had difficulties with recruitment because soldiers volunteered constantly to join it, usually the best. Only those in whose blood ran the passion for the art of warfare found themselves in this elite KLA formation. Even though the KLA was always short of weapons, weapons were found for those who fought with dedication. The supply with weapons was done by the soldiers themselves, who would cross the border with Albania at least once before joining the KLA to bring supplies of weapons. In most cases, weapons were carried on the back and also rarely using horses, which were provided by the residents of the villages in the Kosovo-Albania border area. Pastric Operational Zone Commander Tahir Sinani also took care, in particular, that the unit is supplied with weapons, who had issued a special order for supplying weapons to this unit. And witness, my question is the information in this excerpt correct to your knowledge?
Yes. I think this describes the same thing that I said up until now, with the exception of the number of its members. It reads here that it did not exceed the number of 30 members. However, I thought that including those within Brigade 124, it could be between 50 and 70. But he also mentions here that volunteers could enter this list, so this list was not fixed in time.
I'd like to turn to page 058022 in the same document, both in English and Albanian, and there we'll zoom in on the right-hand side of the pages in both languages, please. Zero 058022. Yes, if we can zoom in on the right-hand side of each of them, please. Thank you. And yes, zoom out so we can see the full page here, the full side of the page. Thank you, that's good in Albanian. Witness, this is another page from the same book, and I'd like you for now to have a look at the names listed over here, and then I have some questions.
I agree with this list, although I do not know all of them. But if he wrote them down, he knows them better.
Language versions, please. And this is a continuation of the previous page. We see we have some more names here. I'm just asking you to read until the names, and does the same apply to your knowledge? Would these have been people, members of the Eye of the Eagle unit?
Për 2-3 emra më kujtohen.
I do recall 2 or 3 names out of those here, but not all of them.
And do you recall where the Eye of the Eagle unit was based, the one attached to the zone?
Unë mendoj se Nazir Kryziu
I think that Nazir Kryziu and Dilas Kadoli were stationed with the part of the unit in Nishor, Kasterz, Karvacheri, or the villages around. They had settled in various houses because they were not able to stay, all of them, in one single place. But those who were within the zone mostly stayed in these 3 villages, Nishor, Kasterz, and Karavaseri.
Of 1999, to your knowledge, where were members of the Eye of the Eagle unit based then?
Unë mendoj se
I think that with the end of the war on the 12th or 13th of June, there was no need nor the possibility for the unity Eye of the Eagle to exist any longer. Therefore, I do not have any knowledge about the continuation of combat activities of this unit for the period of time you're referring to.
Commander Nazir Kryziu, do you know where he was based in June and July 99?
Nazir Kryziu
was stationed in prison, I think. When I went there from Rahovets a month later, I found Nazir Kryziu in the position of deputy commander of the police in prison.
And do you recall in which building or office Mr. Kryziu was when you were there in prison? To be clear where he was based.
Unë kur kam shkuar në prizon.
When I went to prison 1 month after the liberation, all the members of the command, including Tahir Sinani, Sadiq Halitya, Nazir Krasniqi, Nazmi Krasniqi, I met all of them at the student dormitory, female student dormitory at the time, the University of Prison nowadays.
Pages from this item shown to the witness, and those should be added to P12, P12ET, which contains other admitted excerpts from this book. And to be clear, the pages shown that require admission are 057971 and 058022, 058023.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we have the same standing objection as we've had for other pages in this book as well, so I do wish to repeat that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
We adopt Mr. Dixon's position.
Zero 057971, 058022, and 058023 are all admitted and will be joined with P12.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can take the documents down. Witness, in your SPO interview, you said that on the 9th or 10th of June of 99, you were ordered to get closer to towns and that the zone commander sent you to Rahovets, where you stayed for a month before going to Prizren sometime in July 99. In fact, you just mentioned going to Prizren in July 99. And you also confirmed this information in your preparation session, where you said it was peaceful when you entered the neighborhoods, the first neighborhoods of Rahovets. My question is whether you recall the exact date when you entered Rahovets.
Mendoj.
I think that it was 11th of June when we entered the first neighborhoods of Rahovets.
The first neighborhoods of Rahovets, you think on the 11th of June. Where did you leave from? So where did you go from to Rahovets?
Bas ishim në Rahovec.
I did not understand the question. Could you please be more specific?
Days immediately before you went to Rahovets on 11 June.
Para se të shkonim
Before going to Rahovets, we were always stationed or based in Nishor, following the Kumanovo agreement. I believe there was a meeting between Tahir Sinani, Sadiq Halit Yaha, and other members, and there we distributed the roles amongst us in order to be close to the soldiers and be in the flow with the events in our respective municipalities in the operational zone of Pashtik. So I wouldn't maybe call it an order, but it was decided that I went to Rahovets, Tahir Sinani to go to Suharek, and Salit Halit Yaha to Prizren, and somebody else from there to Malishev. So we distributed these tasks amongst us on that day. I believe it was on the 10th that we set off towards Rahovets municipality, the villages of that municipality. There I met with the soldiers of Rahovets, and I believe it was on the 11th that together with them we entered Rahovets city.
You've previously stated you then entered Prizren sometime in July. Do you recall the date in July when you entered Prizren with any more specificity?
Nuk më kujtohet data e
I cannot remember the exact date when I went to Prizren, because I went to Prizren from Rahovets as well to help with the 5th general meeting of the LPK. I went to Prizren again while I was in Rahovets at the invitation of Commander Sadiq Halit Yaha. I've told you of this event when 19 trucks attempted to enter Kosovo from Albania. So when it comes to exact date when I went to Prizren, I really don't recall it.
Earlier that when you did go to Prizren, all the members of the zone command were in the female student dormitory. Was that also where you had your office?
Po.
Yes.
Did you visit the school for deaf and mute in Prizren in June or July 99?
Jó.
No.
Who from the KLA was based at that location in June or July 99?
I think it was 125 Brigade, the one that was stationed there with its commander.
Brigade 128 was based in June or in July 99.
To what I remember, the 128 Brigade, since it came back from Operation Arrow, I remember there were two locations. However, I cannot say which was the first and which was the second one. They were in Nashets, which is a village near to Prizren, but also in Zym of Opoi, near Dragaš. So these were the two locations where 128 Brigade was mainly based or stationed.
Do you know Kimete Krasniqi?
I know her from after the war.
When did you first get to know Kimete Krasniqi?
Approximately in July, beginning of July, mid-July, around those days when I went to Prizren.
Did you get to make contact or to get to know Kimete Krasniqi at that time?
Kimete
Krasniqi had come to us with some officers from Drenica operational zone. Maybe on my proposal or suggestion, I needed somebody from Drenica to uncover a case of criminal activity that had occurred in Drenica, but who were in hiding in the surrounding areas of Drenica. Now I think this could have been part of those efforts on our side in liaison with comrades from Drenica. She was brought there as the appropriate person for what we needed.
And at the time, did you understand that Kimete Krasniqi was a member, was a soldier within the Drenica operational zone?
Yes, I think so, since she came there with them and was introduced to me as a former KLA soldier from Drenica. She was unknown to me, but those who brought her knew her.
And who were the persons that you're saying brought her to you?
Now, I don't remember who brought her. However, I know that it was somebody from Drenica headquarters. I don't remember the names. I would have probably forgotten Kimete as well if she was not mentioned to this extent.
I'd like to move to private session for around 5 minutes for the protection of third parties.
Into private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Potch.
Thank you. And I'd like to call up 123-452-123453. And I'd like both pages side by side, since the first is in Albanian and the second is in English. Thank you, witness. On the left of the screen, we have a document in Albanian. If we can zoom out so we can see the entirety of it, including the signature block, please. And on the right, it's in English. Do you recognize the document on the left side of your screen, dated 6 July 1999?
Po.
Yes.
Do you recognize the signature underneath your name as yours?
Po, ky është.
Yes, this is my signature.
Under the name Isuf Krasniqi as that of Isuf Krasniqi?
Po, mendoj që
Yes, I think this is Isuf Krasniqi's signature.
Who wrote this document?
unë mendoj se ka qenë një
I think this was a report by Isuf Krasniqi that was either recommended to me or composed by both of us. However, since his name is mentioned here, I think this was a report intended for me from him, and I accept that this problem or this issue was something that we dealt with, and I therefore fully accept this document.
Could you clarify who the ZKZ superior who made the request concerning the engagement of Kmete Krasniqi and the Pashtric operational zone as MP mentioned here in the first sentence is? So who is the ZKZ superior being referred to?
ju thash pak më parë.
As I said a bit earlier, during the meeting of the G2 sectors of Pashtric zone, I might have asked for assistance from Drenica. And based on the request of the ZKZ officer or superior, since it is written here, I personally did not ask for her. I simply asked for assistance for someone that they deem reasonable to be sent to me. I personally did not know her by her name and last name.
In the fourth paragraph of this document, we see reference to Sadiq Halitiaha giving Kmete Krasniqi the possibility to choose where she wanted to work and that she chose the ZKZ section. Is that correct, your recollection?
Po, unë mendoj se është shumë e saktë.
I think it is very correct. With her arrival, I informed both Sadiq Halitiaha and Tahir Sinani. I informed them of the reasons why I asked for somebody from Drenica to come as assistance. They deemed it fit for her to stay in Prizren. She had to be systemized somewhere. They asked her where she wanted to be based or deployed. We had the opportunity to put her in the military police, but she chose for the ZKZ. It was in our interest and we did this.
In the fifth paragraph, we see a mention of Ferhat that, according to this paragraph, Kemete referred to. To your knowledge, who is the Ferhat being mentioned here?
Last week, too, I told you that this document was produced on the suggestion of my deputy, Suf Krasniqi, judging from where this person comes from. Geographically speaking, I think it refers to Ferhat Shala. Both were in the same unit and they both come from the same village.
Do you know what misunderstandings Kemete Krasniqi and Ferhat Shala had, the misunderstandings being mentioned in the same paragraph, the fifth paragraph?
I don't know the misunderstanding between them, and I would not have been able to go into that because that was their private matter.
Your Honor, we seek admission of this document.
Any objection?
Your Honour, in this case, no objection.
No objection is heard. 123452 to 123453 is admitted in Albanian and English.
And will be assigned exhibit number P01861, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
And Mr. Patch, before you leave the document, you might have noted that the English does not contain the date of the report, which I think in the Albanian is the 6th of July of 99. You may wish to provide us with a revised version.
Yes, noted, and we will do that, Your Honor. And we can take this document down, and I'd like to once again move into private session for around 5 minutes for the same reason, protection of third parties, please.
Into private session, please, Mr. Court Officer, for protection of witness.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Now we're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Please bring the witness in.
And while we do that, Your Honor, we could move back into private session for a few more minutes for the same reasons, please.
All right, Mr. Chadraku, we will continue with questions from the SPO. Please give them your attention. Mr. Court Officer, into private session for protection of a witness.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Patch.
Thank you. We can take the documents on the screen down, and instead of those, call up P01445 and P01445 ET. Thank you. Witness, on the left of your screen is a handwritten document in Albanian. On the right is its English translation. Is the document on the left the one that you were telling me just before? That is the document you saw in Gjilan during a trial, but you had not read it before that trial?
Po, ky dokument është.
Yes, this is the document.
We see that at the top of the document it reads Statement of Kmete Krasniqi, and then the last sentences of the document, but then I was again informed that he was free. And then we see the last paragraph reading, however, although the operation was well prepared and he arrived on time, and in spite of the discharge of many automatic weapons volleys and suffering 7 wounds, the individual named Hamshtutica managed to escape. I then heard from some associates that he was in Macedonia around May and that he had been abducted by the KLA. But then I was again informed that he was free in the town of Glogovts, and that this person was a danger to us because he knew that I prepared the operation against him. For this reason, I cannot operate in DOZ. Witness, to your knowledge, could this be the statement that you gave to Tahir Sinani in an envelope, but which you never read?
Mund të jetë.
It could be. I did not read it, I did not know it, but I do know that the ONVIC International Court in Kosovo dealt also with this problem, with Kmete Krasniqi, with people mentioned here, and I believe it is easier for you to take into your possession all accompanying acts and documents in relation to the case. However, I do not think this is the same level when it comes to Kmete and Femila Droci.
We can take this document down, and I'd like to call up...
Mr. Patch, maybe to assist, could you simply ask the witness perhaps to confirm whether the town of Glogovts is within the DOZ, the Drenica operational zone? Thank you.
Certainly, witness. First of all, is the town of Glogovts known by any other names?
Glogovts.
Glogovts was in Serbian language. In Albanian language is Drenas, and it is within the Drenica operational zone.
This document can be taken down, and instead I'd like to call up P709 and P709 ET alongside it. Yes, and if we can zoom out in the Albanian so we can see the totality of its content, please. Witness, the document on the left in Albanian, do you recognize that document?
Dokumenti në fjalë
The document in question looks similar to the document we saw before. However, the date here is 19th August 99. The previous one was dated 18th August 1999. So these are two identical notifications with the same identical content. The difference being that there's a handwritten edition here. I do not, with the stamp, I do not recall the document. I accepted earlier on that the document was mine entirely.
Just for clarity, when you say, I do not recall the document, are you talking about the one in Albanian currently on your screen?
As I mentioned, the handwriting at the bottom of my document is unknown to me.
I could ask to please keep the document in Albanian P709 on the left and to take down the English translation and instead call backup 123451 123451. I apologize, I didn't take note of the exhibit number, but we'll just do it in Albanian as well.
Just for the record,
I'm
it's
told it's-
P01862.
Yes, thank you. I was just told the same thing. Now, witness, as you can see, and if we can, in the document on the right, 1862, also zoom out so we can see the totality of its content. Witness, as you can see, on the left is what we're referring to as P709. On the right is what we're referring to as P1862. The left is dated 19 August, as you mentioned, and the right is dated 18th August. Now, other than the difference in date and the handwritten annotation at the bottom, would you agree with me that, for example, the words official notification appear in a different location and format?
Yes.
And in the second paragraph of each of the two documents, in the document on the left, we can see the word in Albanian, and I apologize for my pronunciation, hakmarjeje, whereas in the document on the right, we see, instead of that word, the word fatkeksie, which per the English translation, since those are not on the screen, we have fatkeksie translated as misfortune, and hakmarjeje as retaliation. Do you see those differences between the two documents, witness?
Yes, I see this difference. However, I'll say it again, it's the same content, it's the same writing, maybe with some minor differences in the font. I don't know why we have to compare them. On this one, the handwritten note, that I do not remember. However, the content of the official notification is the same in the same document, and I don't see the reason why I would write two reports with the same words, with the same contact, addressing the same people, and yet one on the 18th and the other on the 19th. This doesn't make sense, at least to me, because I had no reason to change anything. I think that the words written there on a computer are my words.
And to be clear, witness, are you now saying that you think the words written on a computer in both documents are your words, or only the one in the document dated 18th August?
I'm saying that both notifications on both pages, the words typed on a computer are my words and they are the same.
We've mentioned the handwritten notification in the document on the left, P709, and also the stamp. If we could please zoom in on that stamp. First of all, witness, do you recognize that stamp?
Although it's not very visible, it resembles the stamp of the second zone of the Kosovo Liberation Army, and the signature below it is that of Tahir Sinani, T. Sinani. Yes, I think this is Tahir Sinani's signature.
Reads, to take up her duties only after receiving the written order from Chief Luli. And witness, my question to you is, to your knowledge, who is Chief Luli?
Now, I saw this document for the first time here a week ago. Commander Tahir Sinani was a person who knew some things and our military hierarchy, and I believe he knew that at the time this notification was written, 18th or 19th of August, which is more or less 2 months after the war, I believe he knew that Chief Luli, I believe he addressed Kadri Veseli with Chief Luli. However, at that time, Kadri Veseli was not at the military G2. At the general staff, we had Kodra. You've seen, Your Honors, that many documents that were seized from me during my arrest and many documents that came to you here came from Serbia. Now, I don't know how documents from Prizren were taken to Serbia and from Serbia then here. So this leaves room for fraud. Therefore, I said that I have not seen the handwritten part of this document, and even if it is so, if it is true, I don't see anything disputable here.
We can take this document down, and witness, moving on to something different. Do you recall appearing on television on the 11th of April 2023 and discussing events related to the war?
Yes, I do.
Were you truthful in the information you provided during this interview?
At all times in my life, I've tried to say the truth, be it on social network posts, be it in front of, before various courts where I testified, and today before you. I believe that I always told the truth.
Up 113623-02, please. And when we get to this video, we're going to start by playing minutes 32:58 to 34:06 with sound. It can be broadcast to the public. The Albanian transcription, which we won't call up for now, but just for the interpreter's assistance, is 113623-02-TR revised. And I'll be starting from page 4, where we see Gazetari Pokiorealisht, until the 4th line in page 5. When we call up the video, we'll share the screen with the English translation, which is 113623-02-TR-ET revised. And there I'll start from page 4, from journalist, but in fact.
Përshëndetje të nderuar.
To repeat, the minutes will be 32:58 to 34:06. Thank you. Yes, and in the English, we need to go towards the lower half of the page. Yes, that's correct. So I will ask for this video to be played with sound. Once it's played, it's a short clip. I will read from the English transcript again, so that what is said is clear to all. And as I said, please stop at 34:06.
Por kjo realisht, kjo drejtësi që ju qunë e shtem, pra ka nisë punën. Tashmë po bën një javë që ka filluar procesin gjyqësor ndaj ish-krerëve të lartë të ushtrisë shqiptare të Kosovës. Ju në bazë të pozitës që e keni pasur, i bie që ju keni pas shef Kadri Veselin.
Po, deri me 1 prill, kur ai është zgjedh.
Po, besoj që regjia ka të gatshme disa fotografi ku shihni ju gjatë luftës me zotin Veseli.
Po, kjo fotografi është bërë në Nishor. Kjo ka qenë marsi 99-ës. Unë në atë kohë kemi pas biseda këtu, ka qenë ajo për me nënshkrua marrëveshjen e Rambojes, apo mos me nënshkru. Në altë është Kadri Veseli, pranë tij është Mensur Zybera, është dëshmor, nga Drenovci, Adem Grabovci o poshtë. Këtu o poshtë ky hoxha, profesori, më ka ikë emri për momentin.
Edhe ju?
Edhe, pa tjetër. Këtu kemi qenë domethënë që atëre kemi pas qatë temë diskutimi, a me nënshkruat
apo ju?
A duhet ishte.
Yes, thank you. So, as I mentioned, I'll read it again from the English, and witness, you can once again hear the interpretation into Albanian. Journalist, but in fact, this justice that you consider as, quote, crooked, end quote, it has started to work. It has been a week that the trial against the former senior leaders of the Kosovo Liberation Army has started. Based on the position you had Kadri Veseli as your boss. Halil Chadraku, yes, until 1 April when he was elected. Journalist, I believe you are following it. Several photographs which show you during the war together with Mr. Veseli. Halil Chadraku, yes, this picture was taken in Nishor. It was March 1999. Journalist, he. Halil Chadraku, when we had conversations which here involved the signing or not signing the Rambouillet Agreement, Kadri Veseli is at the top. Close to him is Mansour Zubarai, who is a martyr from Dranovts. Adin Grabovci is below. Journalist, yes. If we go to the next page in English, same in Albanian for the interpreters. Halil Chadraku. Down below is this Hoja, the professor, I can't recall his name, journalist, and you, and me, of course, here that is, we were discussing that topic, journalist, should you sign or not? Now, witness, my first question, is this the interview that you recall giving in April 2023 and in which you said that you were being truthful?
Po.
Yes.
Is what you said in this excerpt correct?
Mendoj që po.
I think yes.
The video, let's please go to minute 35:10 just to see a screenshot of that particular timestamp. Thank you. And witness, there is a photo on the screen in front of you. Is that the photo that you were describing in the excerpt that we just looked at and heard?
Po, për këtë fotografi.
Yes, that's the photograph.
Please go to minute 36:00 and we'll play until minute 36:18. Once again, we won't call up the Albanian transcript, but for the interpreter's assistance, they're going to read from page 6, the lines which are 13 to 15, although there's no numbers. And in the English translation, which can stay on our screen, we need to go to page 6, and there it's lines 17 to 19 in the middle of the page. And again, after the short excerpt, I will read the text so that it is clear.
Hashim Thaçi është gjigant. Hashim Thaçi është nëse ka zot nalt, për Kosovën ajo është poshtë. Sado mundohen njerëz me e ul. Mos t'ishte Hashim Thaçi, nuk do t'ishte bon që kjo Kosovë sot.
Presidenti.
Thank you. And as I said, this excerpt reads as follows. Halil Chadraku, Hashim Thaçi is a giant. Hashim Thaçi is, if there is a God up there for Kosovo, he is down here. Whatever people would do to downplay him, if it were not for Hashim Thaçi, what has happened to Kosovo, what has happened in Kosovo today, would not have happened at all. Witness, can you explain to the judges what made you say this about Hashim Thaçi?
Po. Unë edhe...
Yes. On this occasion and for 25 years, I think that this is what Hashim Thaçi is. Kosovo, our state, has been occupied for millennia. And Kosovo always had fighters who fought for their fatherland. The last war, I think, was well oriented thanks to the politics led by this political structure with Hashim Thaçi at its head and other comrades who were abroad, Javid Khaliti, Barzil Mahmoudi, and so forth. And that's why I think that the political direction, the political agreements with NATO and other international mechanisms, we know that no country has ever been freed without alliances, and in this respect, I think that Hashim Thaçi has most of the merits, and I personally thank him on my behalf, on the behalf of my family and of the people, for the work that he has done. It was a gigantic effort.
Your Honor, I have another excerpt from this interview that I'd like to play for the witness, but that feeds into something else. And putting that aside, I do want to make an application. I think I'm now over my 4-hour estimate. So with your leave, I would like to request an extra maximum of 1 hour tomorrow to complete the examination of this witness.
We will grant your request for the additional time. Let's hold it to 1 hour if possible.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll even try to be less. And in that case, then this is a good time to stop for today, and we'll take up with this video in the morning again.
Witness, that concludes your testimony for today. You will be excused now for the evening. We hope you have a restful evening. You'll need to be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to start again. Thank you for being with us today. You can leave the courtroom with the court usher. Thank you also, Mr. Thaçi.
Thank you.
Anything else before the court today? We're adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
All rise.